in a way because it's more hieroglyphic.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, dear people in the chat goers. Hope you guys are all well. Hope you guys are all thriving. For some reason, I can't see. Okay, there I can see how many people are in the room now. Big love. We've got Hollow Bone Hawk. We've got Howard. We've got Tom Rue. We've got, let me scroll down. Oh, let's Natalie. We've got, there's a Cosmic in there. Namaste to all you guys and everybody else that's watching. That hasn't quite committed. Welcome to those of you with commitment issues. Hope you guys are all well. I think it's going to be a good chat. And how's my audio doing on your end, Cosmic? Is it sounding good?
Your audio sounds good.
Not too loud, not too soft.
Yeah, it's just right.
It's a sweet spot. Good. That's what I'm looking for. I've learned that all you got to do is turn down the audio. It's quite a good trick I learned. Just turn it down a bit more. So I think for those of you that don't know Cosmic, I'll give a short intro. He channels the Fae. He's got a relationship with the Fae. He doesn't channel the Fae like those weirdo channelers that go like proclaim the prophecies of what's to come or any of that stuff. He's a more grounded perspective, and he's just sort of trying to find out information from them, and they give him, breadcrumbs so that he can figure out a way of understanding the universe. So it's more like a John Dee kind of a form of channeling. He doesn't use a crystal ball because he doesn't need one. He's too damn good for crystal balls. Ain't that the fact, Cosmic? And he's a cool, super guy. He's got a good balanced head on his shoulders, lovely perspective. He's a true Libra. He's always sitting in the middle of those balancing scales. Without further ado, welcome, dear brother. How are you doing? It's an honor to have you.
Yeah, man, it's great to be here. And like one of the things that the Fae recently told me in regards to understanding how my channeling works is they say that it's important to channel with your body, not just your mind. And I think in a lot of ways that we tend to use our mind when talking with spirits, but it's hard to differentiate our own thoughts from the thoughts of the spirit. But I realized that it's like that they basically say by sort of like, interfacing with my body, like those physical bodily symbols are then sort of interpreted in my mind as language and speech. But the dream world is something that I have a very fascinated interest in. I kind of look at the dream world the same way an astronomer looks at space. I'm very interested in exploring the outer limits of the dream world, and that's kind of like a lot of what my practice is about too. Like learning how to map these spaces out and sort of like figure out where everything is, because it kind of like opens up this vaster, deeper, stranger dream world. So the outer Zarfax is basically kind of the realm sort of beyond the human dream world. It's kind of like if anybody has read H.P. Lovecraft's work, it's kind of like the Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, where in the story, Randolph Carter basically tries to travel to unknown Kadath, which is essentially sort of the edge of the human dream world, and it sort of exists atop of this like dark mountain and like way far out, cold out area. But it's a horror story. But anyway, that's kind of like my interest is like sort of going like figuring out where everything is in the dream world and like how it operates with this world. And I think one thing that's always been interesting with the dream world with me is like trying to find other ways to access the dream world besides, dreaming and sleep. Like that story I just mentioned, that there's these characters called these ghouls, which essentially are kind of like these like zombie like characters. They're sort of like animal, like human dog hybrid creatures. But anyway, the idea in the book was like that they essentially live in the dream world. But if you go upward through the crypts lead up into the waking world. I always like the idea of a place in the dream world leading to a physical place in reality. And that's something that I always kind of like incorporated in my practice, like, because I think to me, like when all the fantasy books that I've liked are the ones where it seems to be like, because there's some fantasy books where it's like you have a fantasy world that's set up, But I always like the ones where like someone from the real world finds a doorway to the fantasy world. And I've always found that interesting, like, you know, Narnia with them like going through the wardrobe to get to places like that, like seeing like how physical locations can be doorways to the dream realm, not just falling asleep and going to bed, so to speak. Because I feel like if we are playing with this idea that, you know, magic is real and that our intentions and entities, you know, affect the world, and that entities affect the world based on our intentions, our wills, desires, et cetera, then that means that the dream world, in a sense, must also interact with our physical waking reality. And so that's kind of what I'm interested in exploring. And yeah, this will be a good topic today.
Yeah, you'll probably love the series The Dark. Yeah, have you seen it?
I'm not sure I have.
You might dig it. It's not exactly totally about the dream world, but it's about like passages between worlds and time travel. And it's like, it's just what you're saying. It's making me think that it's like Stranger Worlds is similar. It's not quite the dream world, but I mean, which part of this world is not the dream world, right? Like when we're dreaming, are we literally in another world, right? So we think of it in our mind as the dream world, but that's just the world that we go to in our dreams. It's an interesting concept. And we've been joined by dear brother Indy Sage, and Indy will be in the camera in a minute, I'm sure. There he is. Namaste, dear brother. It's an honor to have you. For those of you that don't know Indy Sage, he is our clickbait engineer. He brings all the young girls to the show. That's why we got such a big following of young girls, ladies and gentlemen. Indy comes in here. We pay him to take his shirt off and speak intellectual stuff. Now he's actually really he works with shadow work. It's one of his pet places close to his heart. He also is an anthropologist, very close to his heart, and he works with different kinds of divine systems like Taoism and Western Hermetics and various different hybridized systems that he sort of works with in his own sort of way, very organic. So he's really an awesome brother to have here. It's an honor to have you, dear brother Indy. I hope you're having a good day, and welcome to the show.
Having a fabulous day. Thanks for having me, and thank you for the wonderful introduction, Franklin. And yeah, my allergies are acting up a little bit as springtime is starting to bloom out here, and so I have to get some nettles tea in a little bit to calm that down. It works wonderfully for anybody that's having some allergy issues. But I'm a naturopathic consultant, health coach, therapist. I do shadow work therapy. I also do past life regression therapy meditation, and my main passion is eclectic mysticism, and I follow ancient philosophical Taoism as my religion, so to speak. And I've had some mystical experiences that have led me on this path, and it's been a real journey of self-awakening and transformation, and the ability to develop self-love through Jungian shadow work has allowed me to offer my compassion to the collective and guide others to the door of self-healing. So it's been a beautiful journey, and along the way, I've gained so much insight from ancient mystical prophecies and legends and myths and megalithic architecture. And I'm very much versed in anthropology and behavioral sciences. I have my bachelor's degree in psychology, but I'm very interested in the fringe side of things, and also trying to decompartmentalize the various schools of thought into a unified whole, and also working on integration therapy. I mean, an integration theory or postulate, so to speak, really, because it's not a theory yet without a hypothesis and testing an examination of the hypothesis in a lab or in with instrumentation. But that's a work in progress for me, and it's open source. You can access my my blog page if you are interested in any of this stuff. It is vibetribescribe.wordpress.com, which I'll put in the chats for you guys if you're interested in checking it out. But I'm just so excited to be here for a wonderful show today. Esoteric language of dream symbols, and I'm a dream interpreter, and I love the story that's mentioned twice in the Bible about the interpretation of the dreams of the Pharaoh, which is done by Joseph, I believe, who was he was taken by his brothers and thrown into a pit, and they wanted to kill him, but decided we could sell him as a slave and make some money off of this fool. They sold him as a slave, and when the master went to work, the wife tried to seduce him, and when he refused, they threw him in jail. And so they said, listen, you're guilty. You know, she said that you molested her. And so it was very much the opposite of that. But they took her word for it, and they threw him in there. When he was in that jail, the Pharaoh's assistant was there, and he said, we can't figure out the Pharaoh's dream. And he said, I understand what's happening. There's going to be a drought and a famine. We need to prepare for 7 years so that we can be ready for the 7-year famine. And he was chosen to become the great gardener and assistant of the Pharaoh, and he had high rank. And when his brothers came to get the grain after the famine hit, they saw him there, and they were horrified. They knew that he had power, that he'd probably be angry and harbor resentment towards them. But in his journey, he was able to let that all go. And so he told the guards to stop them at the gate, and they pretty much peed their pants. And he said, bring them to me. And when they went to speak with him, he said, I want to thank you, because if you didn't sell me as a slave, I couldn't be where I am today. So it's just a little lesson I like to teach on one of the examples of blessings in disguise. When you think it's the end of the world and things are all going wrong, it could be the best thing that needs to happen for you to be able to step it up. Take one step forward and take 3 steps, one step backwards and take 3 steps forward, you know. So I've had a lot of experiences like this, and having that attitude has helped me along the way. But let's get down to it and get into this discussion. I'm going to throw a couple things in the chat. I've had a lot of experiences like this, and having that attitude has helped me along the way.
Well, there we go. Indy, by the way, you've got a YouTube on in the background, yeah? Is that right, Indy? You got a YouTube on in the background, and it creates a feedback.
Yeah, I had to shut it down. It was with my arm by accident. I'm trying to share the link right now. Sorry about that.
So yeah, Joshua, this is not going to happen now. I'm going to take action. I'm busy on the live, my boy. Please. My little boy is trying to get access to his tablet that I took away from him because he was misbehaving earlier. He had an attitude that wasn't working for Daddy. Daddy was like, okay, no problem. I'll take that. Thank you very much. He's like, oh, but. I said, no buts, buddy. But. It's your butt. This is you seeing your ass, boy. So now he's seeing his ass and he wants to come and say, yes, but Daddy, yes, but Daddy. No buts, my boy. It's your butt on the line now. So yeah, you know, you started off with, you know, dream interpretation, the parable from the Bible, which is in itself quite interesting. And I think, you know, dream interpretation is one of those things which is quite interesting. So I'm actually going to smash that tablet. If you come to this door again, I promise you I'm going to smash the tablet against the wall. I've had enough. I will not be manipulated like this. If I get rid of the tablet, then there's no more nonsense like this. Then he doesn't have a tablet. He can get another one next year. He can go without a tablet. I don't care. He doesn't use it for his school. It's for his own purposes. So anyway, now I've laid down the rule. Now I have to do it. It'd be real sad if I have to smash that tablet, but I will. I'll do it if I have to. Because he will not play. He knows now that I'm on a live, so he can manipulate me. You see, he's a clever little bugger. But it's okay. I'll show him where the buck stops. So yeah, you know, the whole idea of dream interpretation is like something which has become quite a fad these days. And very often they're very sort of simple dream interpretation things. Like I have clients that come to me for dream interpretation. And they say, oh, I had a dream about a lion. What does it mean? I'm like, seriously? You've been spending too much time in the new age. Firstly, what was the lion doing? How big was the lion? How old was the lion? What terrain was the lion in? What was the weather? What was the weather like? What's that got to? What was the weather like? What time of day was it? What were you wearing? How did you feel about the lion's presence? Did it make you feel good? Did you feel afraid? Did you feel, what did you feel? What else was there? Was it just you and a lion in a barren field? Or were there other animals? Oh, well, there were birds in the trees. Okay. And so people think that because they Google up dream interpretation and they get a very, very, Tom Roo, he's a cheeky little boy. He's clever. He wraps his mother around his finger. And that's one of the reasons why I've taken a hard line with him, because she doesn't put down boundaries. So he thinks now he can do what he wants. And then he tries his luck with me, and then it turns south very fast. But so I've just got to keep him in hand so he knows where the buck stops. But yeah, so people think that like a symbol in a dream has a meaning. And this is like the biggest fallacy ever. It's like a word has a meaning, like ocean. It has a meaning. But the word ocean on its own has no relation to someone's life, not even as a metaphor, right? But if you speak to someone about you being in the deep waters of the ocean and the water's pretty cold and there's sharks around, suddenly there's a meaning implied of like, you're in a situation, the water's cold, you can't feel what's happening, your sensitivity is decreased, there's sharks around, there's a certain element of danger, and you might be getting preyed upon, right? And the ocean's rough and the current's pulling you out to sea. That means you're getting pulled deeper into a situation. That has meaning in relation to someone's life. And it's like this with tarot. You'll see all these people like talking about tarot, and they'll pull one card and they'll think that card has meaning to their life. It's like, no, there's a communication. And one symbol on its own doesn't say much. Two symbols starts to say something. 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or a whole string of symbols or a geometric pattern of symbols suddenly starts to say a lot more, because then there are different messages within the different paradigms of the relationships. So I would say, like, when it comes to interpreting dreams or interpreting symbols or unconscious cues of information, the symbolic language, it's more about the relationship between the symbols rather than the symbols themselves. And to gain an insight to the relationship between the symbols, one has to be fluent in the language of symbols. But now what's happened in the popular New Age sort of world media, everybody's getting schooled in the language of symbols, and they think that's what it is. It's like, I saw some guy in a group, and he was teaching tarot to these other kids. And I was like, wow, this guy is like me when I was like 15. No, he's not. He doesn't have that level of experience or wisdom or training or knowledge. He was like me when I was 13, right? Because I was really studying tarot when I was like 12, like really studying it. And so I was just shocked that this guy thought that he was able to teach these kids tarot. And he was giving them a whole seminar about tarot in a group. And I was like, wow. And I think like this is really what it's about. Like, a lot of people, they think like reading one card for someone has relevance. They'll try and do a whole reading on 3 cards. And I'm like, dude, like, where I come from, if you really want to do a reading, you should start with a 9-card spread. Why? It is like the 9 planets. That is the enneagram is really a good place to start. Or I often like to expand that into a 13-card spread, which is also a geometric reflection of the enneagram, where there's always 1 in the center, 8 around the 1 in the center, and then 4 around the 8 around the 1 in the center. And that gives you a really good look at all the forces and all the elements and how they're interacting in a particular dynamic. So I think like this is like really important when we start looking at this, the esoteric language of dreams, symbols, and the way in which this language works. Because the first thing is it doesn't work in a linear way. Symbols don't speak linear. but they could speak linear, right? They inflect themselves in a linear fashion. That's true, but that's not their story, right? That's not how they roll. And it's very important for us to gain this insight and to recognize exactly what we're talking about here, because what happens is we think that everything is related to ourselves and the world, because we tend to anthropomorphize everything, right? Our objects, our homes, our dogs, our animals, our people around us, we anthropomorphize people, right? We project our feelings of how we see ourselves and how we see the world onto others. We start thinking that because we feel this way, they feel this way, right? That's such a typical thing. It's very subtle, and we all do it, you know. So what do you guys say about, you know, the language of dream symbols and linear time? Probably a good place to start.
Yeah, I was just watching a Philip K. Dick lecture. Any of those are familiar with him? He was a science fiction writer in the 70s, but when he went to give a lecture, people were expecting him to tell about his stories in the fiction, but he actually started to speak about time travel, which is very different than it's portrayed in science fiction. For those of you who are familiar with people that have done it or who have done it themselves, be able to do quantum jumps, past life regression experiences. People have been able to have these experiences where they will be able to access or download their past lives. And when they've engaged in self-mastery practices in this life here and now, it can potentially influence, this is my experience personally, that it could potentially influence their connection to a past life or to the resonance of what one considers to be a past life through the morphic resonance of being able to share with other resonant minds through time, and to grow together. And I feel that if there's a past life experience that you can have and you can access, then we are a past life experience that's being had from a future self potentially as well. So what happens is, if you were to heal your heart space, for example, and make your karma go from bad to good, which is not done in the external world, it's an internal process. People have been misled to understand Eastern karmic principles as something that happens as punishment outside. And there is an element of that where you carry your karma through reincarnation into a next life, where you're having experiences that are based on your soul journey that you're not necessarily familiar with, maybe some of the mistakes you had made in this incarnation. So there's an element of the external involved in this. But from my studies in ancient philosophical Taoism and the karma that was brought into China from India, the real understanding is that when you have a misaligned mind and heart, and you feel like when you do something good that it's bad, maybe out of shame, maybe out of from your shadow suppressed emotions, or when you think of something in your mind is bad and in your heart is good, or vice versa. Basically, this is a misalignment. And so if you're doing something that's wrong and you think that's right, this is a misalignment of your karmic energy. And so by having that misaligned energy, it's not necessarily the situation where you're going to be punished and that's what's going to alleviate your guilt or your shame. It's more of a situation where your good karma, when you've been able to align those two things, is like water in the East. Whereas the bad karma, when those things are misaligned, is like fire. And so the fires that you create that are like figurative fires of like in your environment, in your community, that are being passed on into people's energies. When you do something that hurts other people, or you hurt yourself around other people that see you hurt, it has an influence on other people, and those fires can spread and become an inferno. Now, it's not about having those fires come back to you where you're going to have to like experience the pain that you put out, necessarily the case. That's what they want us to think. It's more about when you come into a place of self-mastery where you're ready to do true repentance, which is actually stop participating in the transgressive habits that you used to value, and start to turn over a new leaf and become able to practice moral principles diligently in every action that you make and thought that you have, then once you've made that transformation, you can influence your past life. And by doing that, you can influence the entire progression of the timeline to the present moment that you're in and alter the state of reality in subtle ways. And Philip K. Dick was talking about this. And I hadn't really heard of other people that have like spoke to it at such depth that I've actually had the experience of and speak of. But he was actually talking about the same situation that I've been able to experience. And they actually started to investigate him, stole all of his papers, destroyed his house, took all of his records and his research, and they watched him closely, and he died very soon after that. They think that he was killed, but he might have died from the stress of it all. You know, it could be either or both. But basically, they're not trying to let people understand about true time travel through the dream space, through the dream realm, through the inner eye, through the Akashic Hall of Records, which is part of the etheric experience that you can have in the ethereal body, astral projection, out-of-body experiences. And when your soul travels, or when you can do things that create quantum jumps that allow you to change your past life, it can subtly alter things. And he mentioned also in the video, I think, that these things have been interpreted as like the Mandela effect in recent times. I think maybe the narrator might have mentioned that in the video I was watching. And I had the same inclination to feel that way. But I really feel like the things that we do can change things. And one of the most amazing things that I saw in this video was he said that the people that are able to practice self-mastery, the people that are able to access past lives, they're on a different level than the people that are trying to control the world through transgressive iniquity. And they want power and riches at all expenses with no accountability. And they want to become complacent as their end goal, so they don't have to do anything by leeching off of everyone else, off of the collective. They can have the power to just sit on the couch and reap it in and reel it all in. And they think that they're running the show, but really what they mentioned in this video was that as good as they get at playing the figurative game of chess, the good guys always a step ahead. And so as much as they think they've been able to take advantage of everyone and exploit people and drive us into a terrible place where Mother Nature is being ravaged terribly by industrial mechanization of consumerism, there's ways to go about changing our state of existence, maybe not through time travel, but also through being able to just know that if someone knows the truth, then they're able to supersede the damages of the liars, of the people that hold the veil over our eyes. So it can give us great confidence that if we're in a place of moral diligence in our actions and our thoughts, that we can empower ourselves with enrichment of the soul and gain power together in numbers as we rise together in ascension during this transformative time that we're in right now. And I like to tell people it's like we're in the cocoon. The caterpillar society is freaking out. What's going on? Things just falling apart. But the butterfly society is being built right now. New systems are forming, and those are going to be sustainable for tens of thousands of years, not just a few thousand years before it peters out like the one we're in now of the fallen patriarchal era that is now coming to a close as the matriarchy begins to rise, and power will now be shared as it has begun to be between men and women. Matriarchy doesn't mean that women control men. It means that women come into sharing equal power in sacred union with men in a syzygy, which is like a power couple. So a lot of people are misconstrued about that. Just wanted to provide a little clarification. Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the whole timeline thing, Indy, because I've been playing around with this this idea. Because I've been thinking about like different like universe origin stories. Like I was thinking in my head like the atheist origin story versus the Christian origin story. And the common way to look at it in this culture is that, there's, all these different origin stories. There's the Hindu origin story. There's the Christian origin story. There's the skeptical atheist story. And the idea is that one of these origin stories has to be right. But then I was thinking that by changing what origin story you believe in, you're essentially switching to a different timeline. Because when I've been talking more with the Fae about, time and shifting different timelines, it says that you can't truly shift your timeline if you have a defined, if you have a very confined sense of what your past is, for example. So in a lot of ways, if you think, God created the earth 6,000 years ago, that's one timeline. That's one origin point. Whereas if you believe, the Big Bang, exploded under pressure 14 billion years ago, that's another timeline. You can think of each of those two timelines as parallel timelines that you can kind of go, back and forth. So I find that one of the things when it comes to, religion and stuff like that and other belief systems is that our timelines are confined by our past and our origin. So if we can be open about our origin and our past, we no longer are confined to specific timelines. So, because I think about that, like if you think about it, instead of being like, this is the incorrect version of history, instead look at them as these are alternate histories. Because if you think about it, if time really is this sort of multidimensional sort of thing, and it's not this linear, then if you think about it, all these conceptions of time, all these different models of time and all these different universes, these Zerfikes, if you will, that people exist in, they all kind of exist sort of, simultaneously, as you will. So really so whenever you change what your metaphysical belief is about reality, you are basically shifting to a different timeline, because each different belief in reality has a different origin of the universe. And by a different origin of the universe, so if you think about each belief system as like a horizontal line, and the left is the beginning of the universe and the right is the end of the universe. So when you change your beliefs, you are moving to a different horizontal line. So you're moving upwards or downwards on that time scale axis. So I think that by understanding the meta time of both past and future and being able to look at that as a single continuum, it's with that understanding that I think one is able to shift timelines. But I will say, though, a big warning on shifting timelines, because you might not know if you might go to a reality that's too strange and too confusing, and you might not know how to get back. So be careful with that.
Yeah, I think that's obviously there are a lot of people that end up in very comfortable places with lovely soft rooms. The walls are well padded, and they get to wear fancy jackets, sleeveless jackets, or actually jackets that have sleeves but just one sleeve, and for two arms to fit in. So that shifting timeline thing can go horribly wrong, and it has gone horribly wrong for a lot of people. Because if you one day start telling everybody that you shifted a timeline, you know where they're going to send you, right? Tell your wife, like, listen, you're not the same wife I married. I married a wife in a different timeline. She's going to be like, okay, time for a family intervention, right? The whole family is going to be like, yeah, we're your family. You're going to be like, no, you're not actually my family. My family's in a different timeline. You're just a different version of my family. Your family's going to be like, okay, shame, maybe we can help this person. So yeah, I think like the whole shifting timelines can go horribly wrong in that way, as well as, a myriad of other potentials. So something that I thought to sort of touch on here, since we, what you were talking about, Indy, just a minute ago as well, is, this communication element, the whole thing about emotional intelligence, because emotional intelligence is really what we're talking about when we talk about symbolic intelligence. And emotional intelligence is what it takes to understand the structure of the universe, if we think about it. Because it takes a rational intelligence as well. But people are generally very rational. we've been taught to think in terms of ration, right? Ration your thoughts, little square blocks of thoughts. Put your thoughts inside a small, rationed little block. Don't let your mind be free, right? We don't want a free mind. That free mind's not what we're looking for. Namaste, our tuition. How you doing? Big love, big blessings. And namaste, Natalie. Welcome back, dear Natalie. Hope you're having a good day. And we'll be getting joined a little bit later by, as I call him, Toby-Wan Kenobi. That name is so going to stick. By the time I'm done with that name, it's going to stick, Shinobi-Wan Kenobi. I said to him when he was first figuring out a name for his YouTube, I was like, dude, that name, dude, it's your name. You got to take it before someone else does. But yeah, you know, the whole thing about what were we taught in schools, just to step back a little bit for a moment, right? I remember being taught in school that you have to do maths. You won't get to study anything useful in university if you don't do maths. And you got to do science. You got to do one of the sciences and the maths, because that's the way forward for the future. And a lot of people were advised to do accounting, maths, accounting, sciences. People that wanted to do like music and arts, they were told, no. You're never going to make a living out of that. Do it for your own recreational enjoyment, but don't do it in a serious way thinking that this is going to be your career. And so we were dissuaded when we were children by our teachers, by our parents, by the entire system of the school. It was sort of programmed in. I don't know what it was like for you guys, but for us, it was definitely a big thing. And a lot of children were told that they should take a balanced set of top subjects. And I took like all, you know, physics and chemistry, biology, geography, maths. I took all the, and an extra language. I took all the like heavy sciences and history, which I ended up like resenting and not wanting. Dropped that in the end because it was just a waste of time. I couldn't relate to what they were trying to sell. I was like, what you're selling doesn't fit. But we've been trained from childhood not to rely upon our intuition, not to value our emotional intelligence, not to regard instinct and intuition as being important. Rational logic is the only thing that matters. It's what's going to make a living for you. It's what's going to give you an opportunity in the future to generate financial prosperity and success. And so we've been sort of hoodwinked into the system. And I think it's a real problem, because basically what it means is we're all sort of running around in circles, trying to sort of find our feet in this world. And we're completely reliant upon one side of our energy field. The logical, the Pingala side dominates us in every way. We've been taught to ignore our emotions, to repress our emotions, to push them away. And so most people lack the emotional intelligence to recognize and realize how the symbols are being weaponized against them. Now, I know in a sense I'd be preaching to the choir here, because most of you are very aware of how the media uses symbols and uses this symbolic form of communication to program us and to align us with what they want us to be aligned with energetically and vibrationally, so that they can manipulate the world from backstage in their little paradigms. And it is really, it's a sad day that we've reached that point, if we're going to be honest, to recognize just where we are, because it's obviously not healthy, right? It's not a healthy place to be at. And I think like when we look at that, we've got to start taking stock, right? So this unconscious form of communication has been weaponized against us, and we have been stripped of our ability to manage and regulate our own process of unconscious communication, because we were taught in schools that it's not necessary and it's not productive. And namaste, Bernadine. I hope you're well. And so here we are as a society. Now we're losing our way. We're becoming lost in materialism, in shopping, right? This crazy nonsense that we're living through, which, if you think about it, is just totally insane. And we can't really tell the wood from the trees. That's really the big problem. We're not able to see exactly where we're at. And I think it's important for us to register and recognize just exactly what kind of a dynamic we've been put into here. And that it's quite fundamentally important for us to be able to recognize that we are in this situation to begin with. Because effectively, we are blind. We are like in the ocean, and we're wearing blind masks. You know, we can't see. We can't, as a society, as a people. And those of us that branch into the esoteric sciences and the occult sciences start to recognize and realize just how we've been manipulated using these word spells, using symbolic language, using color therapy, using all of these different forms of social manipulation that can reprogram us on an unconscious level in order for us to be exactly where the engineers of this society want us to be. And we've been playing a losing game largely as a society, as the human race, if we can think of ourselves as a group, because even though we're not usually grouping ourselves, we are essentially a group. Yeah, Indie brother, what have you got there?
This is some tea from ginseng. We have ginseng wild here in the Smoky Mountains, which are like over 300 million years old, that were here before Pangea 200 million years ago. And ginseng is a big thing out here. A lot of people collect it in the forest. Ginseng is really good for your heart. It's like one of the only stimulants with caffeine that's good for your heart. But a recent finding suggests that caffeine will lower collagen production. And so for people that are interested in getting their health back and their vitality up, and youthing practices of getting younger with age, taking caffeine out of your diet can really help that. I use caffeine now only for the show on Saturday, and I'm going caffeine free throughout the rest of the week. Hopefully, eventually I'll phase it out altogether and just maybe do some exercise and things like that to boost my vitality so that my brain's fully active for the show. Usually I go for a good walk to the farmer's market in the morning, but today I had a friend with me and they didn't have good shoes to walk, so we were riding around. Luckily, I went to the cemetery, sprinted up the hill, got a little bit of energy and blood flow to the brain area. So I'm doing pretty good, but I'm going to take a little oolong tea. And I love some ginseng. It's a beautiful thing. But when you're going out into the forest and you're finding resources out there, it's good to ask the grandmother plant if you can take some of her underlings and leave at least one of the plants that will create more progeny and allow it to spread again. So just a little FYI for any of those who are interested in foraging. These are the traditional ways of the Cherokees and the Native Americans here in the Americas. Just for a little insight to anybody who's interested. But you can commune with plants. I've been able to receive channeling from trees and plants. And for those that are versed in the dream space, this is very much a thing. And if you ask the mother or the grandmother plant, may I take some of these from the earth? You get a signal back. And if you're not really tuned into these signals, you can use a pendulum. But if you don't have that, or you don't want to use that form, you can actually hold your arms or put your hands over your heart and ask the question and see if you fall forward. That's yes. And if you fall backwards, that means no. But you can also do this thing with your fingers and try to pull. And if your fingers stay strong and they don't release, that's yes. If your break and they fall apart, that means the answer is no. There's different ways of divination that you can commune with the dream world and get information. Been very helpful to me. I don't know if you guys
I
have any
think
practices.
but Franklin was talking earlier about the deception of like school and how sort of like math, science, rational thinking sort of corrals us into a very specific kind of way and sort of like style of thinking. But I think one of the probably the biggest like psyops that, I mean, the most important one, specifically in regard to this topic, is the psyop that we are essentially ontologically are our brains. This idea that, because what I've realized is that when you're engaging with math and science and people start to sort of identify with that, is that people, what's going on here is that people are identifying with their intellect rather than also identifying with their feelings, with the sensations of their body, the breath, the sort of the colored qualia that kind of like emanates through their being as they listen to music. Because I noticed that this is kind of like the language that a lot of people who are kind of on that atheist materialist side, when they're talking about their brain, their consciousness, they kind of almost talk about themselves in the third person. Like it says, my brain says this, my brain says that. And that's what a lot of people, especially I think, the millennial and Gen Z generation have been essentially been taught in a lot of ways, that they are essentially their thoughts. But I've realized that one of the things that's been interesting with the Fae, and because this has been kind of like a topic of discussion, because I do have skeptical moments where I kind of ask them, it's like, are you really real? Or are you just, figments of my imagination? And it says, it's like, well, it's like, you think, differently, but we feel different. You can feel like a feminine presence. Like it's not just that I hear their thoughts, but it's almost like I'll feel like a warm hand or something like that touching my shoulder, just feeling that warmth and like something pressing onto you. There's that physical aspect of that, or there's like this almost this energetic current that's like going through your body. And sometimes they'll just kind of like, wrap their arms around you, and it's like, basically it's kind of like sex almost. But what it really taught me with these entities, like, pleasure and hedonism aside, is that it made me very fundamentally aware that consciousness is uniform throughout the body as opposed to existing, only in the brain. And really, you're talking about education, and you're talking about the psyops, and that the psyop that we're dealing with is kind of like a muscle memory to learn to associate your sense of ontological being with your thoughts and your intellect. So in a lot of ways, you can't really because the intellect can't really think outside of itself. And when you're only your intellect, and the thing about the intellect is that it's very powerful. It is a very powerful tool in terms of understanding, objective knowledge, rationalism, logic, et cetera, et cetera. The Fae, they refer to this as the Neezerfax or Neezerfax consciousness. But a Neezerfax can't outthink itself. A brain can't think beyond itself. So we have to kind of learn to identify with that breath, identify with that space that is sort of outside of the words. And only then can you look beyond the sort of the construct of your brain and realize like, oh, my identity is more than my brain. It's more than my intellect. It's something that's more abstract that I sort of on a spiritual and intuitive level understand. Something that because I think the self is not something that you think. It's something that you feel. And I think that's why the Buddhists, I kind of disagree with the premise of Buddhism and their sort of understanding of how, because I think that what they do is they get to that meditative state and they kind of keep asking questions to themselves in a sort of self-reflexive way until they get to sort of a logical standpoint where they realize like, oh, the questioner is asking the questions. I'm not even speaking to anybody. But, you find that the self is more like it's not like a thought. It's more like a color. It's more like a song. It's something that's like abstract that you can't really, I think in a way, maybe the self or the soul can't be described in language. And the very aspect of it not being able to describe it in language is what keeps it ethereal, and eternal. Because in a lot of ways, like if you could describe the self, if you could describe the soul, then you could basically, put it in a jar and like sell it on the internet or whatever. And but reality, you can't really do that to a certain extent unless you believe it. But yeah, that's kind of like what I've been thinking about at the moment.
Cool. Yeah, there's a French word for that, as paradoxical as it is, je ne sais quoi, which means something that can't be expressed in words, can't be described. You have to have the experience. And I'm glad you pointed all that out, because the emotional body is a little bit more deeper connected to source. The mind is a little bit further out. And so when you can get more deeply interconnected with source, with the divine, you get more insightful experiences where you're really feeling deeper connections with the world around you, and understanding that it's just an extension of yourself, that you can really commune with things on a deeper level. So thank you so much for that, Cosmic. That was beautiful.
I think as well, that's something that I often relate to people and explain to people, which is like quite a fundamental difference if we think about the experience of wisdom. We're constantly striving to understand. We're constantly striving to understand ourselves, the world, and put it into a conceivable notion that makes sense to us. And what this does is it sort of programs us, in a sense, to become sort of stuck in a pattern of answering questions. And I think like questions, when we answer the questions, it becomes its own sort of problem in a sense, because the more questions you answer, the more questions you end up with. And there's no end to answering questions, essentially, if we really think about it. In fact, one could go as to say that the idea of questions is a little bit mad if you really get right down to it, right? Because what is a question but a journey? It's a quest. It's a mental quest. It's a departure from now. It's a departure from here. It's a departure from me to a alternative option, an alternative place of mind. And so there's this continual escapism that comes with questions. Because when you're asking a question, essentially, you are escaping. Now, we need this escapism, I think. I think it's really important that we have this escapism, because we get locked in. So the questions can break you out of a cube, can break you out of a square, but they can also keep you lost as well. And so we forget our roots as people, and our roots are really fundamentally wired into our emotional body. And so the feelings that we have are really the key to understanding ourselves. Like you say, Cosmic, the self is something that we can feel. We can feel ourselves, and we can feel how we feel about being ourselves. And I think the yardstick of this feeling, what we call the conscience, right? And that conscience is essentially like, this is what we're talking about, right? We become conscientious about who we are. We become conscious of what we are thinking and feeling. And people like to think that thoughts are differentiated and separate from emotion, which they are objectively, but on a subjective level, our thoughts and our emotions are not that separate. They are like polar expressions of the same thing. And so thoughts can easily be a lie. Like when we think of the serpent tongue that is forked, and the same words that can speak a truth. We had this conversation yesterday about linguistic programming and the word, and how we think in linguistic forms. And that's what sort of inspired today's conversation to be moving from linguistic to fundamental. Like you're saying, Cosmic, it's an experiential path. And that experiential path is essentially who we are. And so we look at the Tarot Minor Arcana, and the Minor Arcana are really the expressive, outward flowing rationalizations, right? And when we look at the major arcana are the inward flowing, not so rational. They are the highly symbolic, highly emotional currents of consciousness that are very much, if you look at the major arcana and you look at the minor arcana, you'll notice that the major arcana is very simple. It usually involves somebody doing a task with a number of items, right? A number of items put down in a particular way that represents something. Or a 7 of wands is a guy trying to juggle 7 wands, but he's struggling, right? He's got a little more on his plate than what he can handle. But when you look at like the ace of wands, it represents somebody taking the power. They're very simple and very obvious messages, the minor arcana. What they're suggesting is very, very almost exoteric in the nature, or can be more exoterically understood. But the major arcana, that's a lot more subtle, right? The symbolism is a lot more fundamentally wired in a way that it tells a lot more. And so you gain a lot more information from an emotional experience than what you do from a rational experience. And this is something that we don't always take on board, right? So who we are, why you say that, Cosmic, and I'd love to get your feedback on this. The reason I feel and I believe that the emotions are a greater doorway, if I can use that term, into ourselves is because the amount of information conveyed in an emotional experience is exponentially more than the amount of information that is exchanged with a rational thought process. So I can experience one emotion for 3 seconds, and in 3 seconds, that emotion can carry so much information that can take me a long time to break down, digest, and decode. But a 3-second process of thought can only carry so much information. So it's got to do with time, the compression of time, what you were talking about earlier, Cosmic, time compression. I think the emotions exist over a broader time field, and they bring in information from broader time fields into this compressed time zone where we are here, where the etheric, the thoughts, is less time compressed, right? I mean, more time compressed than the emotional field, which is more expanded. And so this difference of time that we experience if we're on the etheric plane or on the astral plane, there's an exponential shift between the etheric and the astral, where time moves in such a slow way. Well, it's because the information is so broad, right? You feel like you're moving in slow because there's so much more that you have to experience for 1 second of our time. Where in the etheric, there's only a little bit more that you have to experience for 1 second of our time. And in 1 second of our time, you can take on so much thought. And the thought can be quite powerful, and you can actually download quite a lot of information in a small thought form. But when it comes to the emotion, we're on a whole nother level. What do you guys think about that in terms of time dilation?
I think that's interesting. So time dilation and concentration of the information. How exactly were you saying that it works? Can you give us a recap on that?
Well, I was just chatting. I was saying that's namaste to 0485, Joske from the Netherlands. Big love, big blessings to you. Big blessings, Bernadine. I hope you're also thriving. Everybody that's joining us, big love. Well, it's like this, right? Like if you're here, right, in the physical plane, 3 seconds is 3 seconds. 10 seconds is 10 seconds, right? Now, if you go into the etheric plane and you're there for what seems like minutes, you come back, you've been there for a few seconds. But if you go into the astral plane and you're there for what feels like an hour, you've been here for a few seconds. So there's this dilation of time experience, right? You might be aware of a clock, you might be aware of time, and you might notice that you jaunt out of your body and you might come back. Like, there have been times when especially if you're starting to leave your body with your eyes open, for example, and there's a clock and you're testing these ideas and these theories, it becomes more apparent. So there's this definite dilation of time, and depending on the place that we go, or the mode of travel is a better word. I don't know whether place is the right, because it's all here, right? We think of matter as being a separate sphere of activity to the etheric, and we think of the etheric as being a separate sphere of activity to the astral, but I don't. The same as cosmic thinks like that memory that we experience is related to the physical plane. I relate that in the same way. But how I relate that is that the form structure of this world, which is like a template, in that form template structure of this world, it's what we're experiencing now as reality. However, we are experiencing that form that has had the astral compressed into that form. So the form contracts within itself, the Saturn time element, and it pulls the astral into that form. And in the process of pulling the astral in for the compression, there is a feedback loop of thinking that moves from this place back into the think of it as the soul body, the causal body. So the causal body is like a structure. The causal body polarizes. The polarity of the causal body is such that it produces two different currents of consciousness, the Ida and the Pingala. And the Ida is a very broad sphere of frequency. The Pingala is a much narrower frequency of energy, shall we say? Or shall we say that the frequency is higher with the astral, and the frequency is lower with the etheric, with the Pingala. And by lower, I mean there's less information put into one segment of time. And with the emotional, there's more. And so the soul body extracts from itself the high frequency and the resonant low frequency. And the resonant low frequency becomes the structure. And the structure becomes the form. And the forms within the structure of form. And this high frequency is the qualities. But this is in itself inert. It's just solid. This in itself is constantly moving, but it has no form. Now we have to take this constantly moving that has no form and compress it into this form that has no movement in order to create a form that's moving. That moves from form to form to form to form to form to form, time. And so this field of pure movement energy that is so abstract and broad spectrum because it's moving so much has to be contracted into this form. And because this form is then starting to move, it loses some of its essence of form back to the causal. So we can think of the etheric, the Pingala, uploading information to the causal body, and the astral, the Ida, downloading information from the causal body. And the causal body is who we are. That's our soul body. And that soul body then has to create these two potential fields of activity and energetic vibration for the consciousness field to exist, because the consciousness field is exactly that. It is a field. And fields are defined by their polarity. And the polarity of that field causes the energetic potential of change that we can experience, that we notice as the flow of time. There could be no flow of time if there wasn't this polarity. And this polarity is obviously a reflection of the principle of vibration. Why vibration? Because the causal field is complete in itself. Nothing is removed from it, but yet it projects a part of itself outside of itself without losing anything of itself, which means there's a quantum field, there's a quantum entangling kind of a process happening with the causal field that's projecting a part of itself down here. And the part of itself that it projects down here, the balance thereof, it pulls back so that there's this flow of etheric resonance flowing towards the causal and astral flowing from the causal. And that flowing current of the Ida is a broad spectrum of what I call the astral, because it's of a quality nature, and qualities hold so much information. Like you can just, the quality of something can tell you so much about it, but it's not something that you can just readily see. It's something that you can absorb, and within contemplation of that absorption, more of it becomes relevant and aware. You become aware of it in different ways. So it's an emotion, it's a feeling, and that feeling becomes passion, and that passion materializes as desire. But in the polarity of this process, you have the cause and the effect, which is the discrimination which comes with desire, right? Because desire is like what is nice and what is not nice, right? And so there's the discriminative intelligence operating in conduit with the desire, for example, on that level of being. And on the feeling element of being, right, there's the feeling, but then there's the imagination, because the feeling produces the potential for expansive thought, right? Because it's almost like feeling and peeling, right? Shinobi will love this. It's like peeling layers of yourself off to go within, and opening up the treasure house of images, and those treasure houses of images can become an expansive panorama of experience through feeling. And the emotion, the motion of energy that we experience, which is the source of feeling, which is the source of passion, the passing of ions, and these ions that get passed are dense. Think of iron when the passing of ions, right? The passion of Mars, the warrior, that iron, it passes ions, hence we can magnetize iron. That's why we know that the iron and the warriors are connected, because a warrior has to pass ions, and when you use your ki or your chi, you're passing ions in a direction to produce a change. That's martial arts. So you can see the connection. And on the level of emotion, we've got a very, very broad spectrum of an element of intuition, shall we say, right? Because the emotion holds with it a current of insight, and that insight is a sight that moves deep in to the core. And so the insight becomes the source of the imagination. The imagination moves towards insight, and the emotion moves towards feeling. As the feeling moves towards passion, the passion, which is discrimination, moves towards imagination. Because when we exercise our discriminative potentials, then we start to open up the potentials to think beyond that level. And so these two currents, each one with a component of Pingala and each one with a component of Ida, are working like two hands, like this. And in synergy, though we consider the Ida to be the currents of qualities, and these qualities are vast. So that's why the time undulation exists. And so each aspect of the Ida has to touch its component of the Pingala. So if you look at the chakra, let me pull up a picture of the chakras that might might be quite useful. Chakras, Ida and Pingala. Ida and Pingala. Because I think that will make clear what I'm explaining. And now these aren't things that you'll necessarily find in books, by the way. I think that's quite important for people to recognize and to realize, because you just don't. You see, the people who know this don't write books. You don't find this stuff in books. It's not new age paraphernalia that you can track in that way. The true knowledge has always been something which is living in the heart. And the moment we start to try and put it into a book, I think we endanger ourselves. We present the possibility for danger or of danger for us to create an information field that others will not necessarily be able to appreciate very clearly. So here we have this image, and we can see the Sushumna in the center and the Ida and the Pingala. Now notice where each of these points meet, there's a chakra, right? There's the root, then there's Svaristhana, then there's Manipura, then there's Anahata, then there's Visuddhi, then there's Ajna, and then they meet at the apex, which is the Sahasrara chakra. So these are the 7 chakra. Now these 7 chakra, do you notice each chakra point crossing over the Sushumna, that point happens to be a chakra, which means that there's a meeting between the Pingala and the Ida, and the meeting of what I'm talking about is the abstract versus the logical aspects that are in this point. So this is why you're able to recognize this, and this is sort of what I was trying to show people when I created this slide, this image, which I showed to you guys a little while ago, which is quite an interesting one. It's what I call the correspondences, and should be able to see it here if I pull it up now. If StreamYard doesn't take forever to present it. There we go. So you can see here, I've pulled up a field of correspondences, and you can see the chakras here. So the field of desire, the field of will, the field of imagination, the will is an interesting one, right? Because the will is, that's how we direct, that's self-expression, right? So the will represents the potency of self-expression, and the discipline and the contraction towards a point. So that's why this chakra is so important, why shamanism is so focused upon that particular principle, the rhythm principle. And the memory, we see it relating to the vibrational sphere, and we can see how there's these 3 aspects here. Now, these 3 aspects are what I'm talking about. These 3 interlocking circles represent, the causal body, which is a very, very profoundly high information load. And the time, almost, there's no time there that's linear in the way that we understand linear time. And then, or not in the way that we can understand linear time. Let's put it that way. It's a different scale of time. Then here we've got the yellow sphere, which is the astral, which is a massive scale of time. So I would say that 6 hours, like from my experience of time, and I'm pretty good with keeping time, by the way, pretty good at keeping time. My experience of time is that if you are experiencing in 5 months, 6 months, I think it's about a month to an hour, right? I think it's about a month to an hour time dilation. That's my personal experience of it. Where the etheric and the red sphere is very different. The red sphere isn't like a month to an hour. The red sphere would be like maybe a day to an hour, right? I mean, there's quite a lot of compression, but that's nothing like that. Maybe less than a day to an hour. But if you're outside of your body for 10 seconds, it feels like you've been like going for like 10 minutes or something. It's quite a massive shift of time. But if you outside of your body for 1 hour in the astral plane, you will have experienced a month. It's what it will feel like to you, right? Or some incredibly long period of time. And so yeah, these three spheres that I'm speaking of here, I've put them into a context here, and you can see how they relate to the numbers, right? So here we have the numbers. This is how it fits into the enneagram, right? We have the enneagram here presented in a linear form, and we have the numbers. And so this draws the distinction of the etheric plane. The etheric plane is structured on the left, and the astral plane is structured on the right. And so here we have the physicalization, right, of all of these principles, right? Like, for example, where form and space touch, where form and space meet, that's where you have the field of vibration, right? The principle of vibration is where form and space come together, where form is becoming space, space is becoming form, right? And the polarity is represented by that aspect which is limiting, right? You have two poles, and it's limiting the expression up to that point, up to that point. It's only between these 2 points. That's the limits. So you can see Jebura relating to that element if you look at it from the Kabbalistic tree of life, for example. And I don't like those representations that you see of the tree of life, the way it's drawn in these books of the Kabbalah. You're not supposed to do that according to the spirit of the Kabbalah. It's supposed to be abstract, which is why I've just put the numbers here, because the picture means nothing. It's just an aid. We've got to learn to conceptualize in a purely abstract way to understand, because what you were saying, Cosmic, it's about experience. It's not about top loading an idea into the brain and going, that's how this fits together, and having this picture that we rely upon. The picture is only good for conceptualizing, but then we've got to let go of the picture and realize that the picture is fundamentally wrong. So this picture is fundamentally wrong, even though it outlines principles so that we can see how the principles work. We need to be able to lose the idea, because the idea is the problem. It's the etheric, and it's what prevents us from feeling. And the feeling is that, like, that's the true symbolic structure of consciousness and how it sort of fits together. It's quite a in-depth answer, Indy. But yeah, that time dilation is about these three spheres.
Yeah, perfect answer. Yeah, I love that, and that really resonates with me deeply. Plus, you gave me some time to weed the garden and feed my snapping turtle an earthworm, and I had a little moth on my finger for a little while. My little buddy. So, I had an amazing experience just listening to your wonderful answer. I have personal experiences with this, and I'm aware that if you go even into a daydream, that in your experiences and dreams, what seems like a long time can become, when you look at a clock after the experience, very short time in the material world when we return to the body. And I actually had a friend that in a dream experience, he went into a different life and lived an entire lifetime and returned to his body, and only like one night had passed of sleeping. And so when he got back to his world here, it was like very unfamiliar to him, because he had lived an entire lifetime somewhere else speaking a different language. And these kind of things can happen. So it's very incredible how much you can go through. If you're able to access the dream space, you could learn volumes of information in a night. And I know some mystics have been able to very briefly, in a short period of time, be able to obtain vast amounts of understanding, learning a whole new language just by eating a fruit or drinking water from the local spring. They can download from nature incredible understanding and capabilities. It's not always knowledge based. Sometimes it's the ability to have intuitive feelings, the ability to have powers and capabilities of action. as well as thoughts in the mind and understanding that can be obtained from this process. But what I find the most fascinating about it is that you're going into the dream space and interacting with the higher self in lucid dreaming or with a past life experience download. It gains for the individual a lot of deeper understanding about the soul, like why things are so meaningful in this world, which we didn't really truly understand until we saw a deeper side to it. And for me, learning about my past life experiences shows me how much of a real influence the soul has on the material body and the material thoughts of the brain and the mind. And I think one of the ways that's really obvious that people are usually pretty familiar with is like if you have like a fear, like an inherent fear, something you're really scared of, but it doesn't really relate to anything that happened to you in this life. And it's not something that's shared with your family. Oftentimes that results of that nature tie back to a past life experience that might have even been a cycle that constantly repeats. And
So I'm kind of
yeah, go ahead.
no, I'm really been thinking about this this conversation about time and how to understand. So one of the things I've been thinking about in terms of understanding nonlinear time is instead of trying to understand time in terms of numbers, the Fae tell me I'm supposed to understand time in terms of the relationship of colors. So let me think of it. So there's quantitative time, which is the standard time that we're taught of in the West, and there's qualitative time. So the way they describe this is that because the way things move so slowly in this physical realm, that time doesn't qualitatively move at a rate that we can notice, but we can quantitatively notice time. So we can look at a clock, we can notice a hand moving around, and we can quantify time. But you also realize that time has a qualitative aspect to it as well. So for example, the quality of what it's like in the morning, or the quality of what it's like in the evening. What is time like during the day? What is time during, when it's like late at night? And these are all different qualities. Like even right now, if you think about it, like me and Indy are basically experiencing, and Bush Whisperer are all experiencing different qualitative times right now. So I'm basically 12:30. I'm in the afternoon. Indy is probably about 1:30, and then I think Franklin is probably more in the evening. But the point is that you start to understand. So basically, you think of time as like basically more like a color. So, for example, like the Fey realm that I work with, that the sky is mostly yellow, so it's kind of like the time is sort of basically kind of like yellow there. But I realized that when you think about other realms of different colors, so let's say you have a green realm or a purple realm, and it's the two realms basically being aware of each other. So the beings from the yellow realm, the beings from the green realm having awareness of each other, that then creates a time sort of like a I'm trying to think of like the right word for it to kind of describe it, like a like maybe not like a binding, but it kind of like brings it together. And it creates a tension, like you kind of like they're like the two sides like pulling each other to create like the tension of like time by sort of like analyze. So time works more like that, and that kind of that abstract kind of like subjective qualitative color aspect, rather than the quantitative aspect of time of knowing like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, etc. And so by understanding time qualitatively as opposed to quantitatively, I think that's where one begins to really be the understanding of how to begin to start to perceive nonlinear time, and how time probably operates in the dream realm. I'm assuming is this kind of like this colored, abstract, qualitative time. So I don't know. That's what I've been thinking about, the idea of qualitative time as opposed to quantitative time.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I know I've had a lot of experience with this personally because as a person that has virtually no concept of time at all, and people are constantly saying mindfulness, you need to do mindfulness. And I'm like, but what if you only have mindfulness and you can't escape it? I mean, I've tried to learn how to play chess and develop more of a planning intelligence, but like intuitively in the back of my mind, I just think to myself, like, life is what happens while you're making plans. So even if you do make plans, like, don't get too caught up in them or expect them to happen, because like my whole life has just been spontaneous wandering. As a Taoist, I think this is like the way. So I think I've been like really overly caught up in it, if that's even a thing. But I feel like it is really a blessing, being able to be only here now at all times, perpetually. The ever-present wow of the perpetual now is inescapable. And there's like in radical honesty teachings, they say that there are 3 delusions that we live by that we think are the reality that we live in. One of which is the planning intelligence that I mentioned earlier. And people expect the plans that are established that they're going to happen. But there's many ways in which they cannot happen. And so it's not good to be worked over by this, because you can expect the unexpected. But the second one is the categorical mind, the idea that we can understand something based on someone's definition of it. A small definition to explain all of everything about something is a delusion. There's so much about things that are not knowable, not even seeable, and things that can be seen and known, and things that can be embraced for not being seen and known about things. And so when we embrace something's energy and the feeling that it gives us, it brings us closer to the mystery of it. And when we can see past the categorical explanation of something, we start to discover the deeper side that it has that can perpetually be discovered in the quest. Being able to just see things with new eyes and see things beyond the definition that we were told that it is, and understand the exceptions of that definition and more. Then the final one is the programmed mind, the programming mind. When people tell us something that doesn't resonate with us, but we bring it into our heart space and we carry that information, it creates dissonance. And so by being programmed, we try to conform to a system that is not really in line with the actuality of things or with how we feel. Our programming can create dissonance, and it affects our heart space and our mind, and it can cause anxiety and depression. If we're focused too much on the past, it can lead us into depression. If we're focused too much on the future, it can lead us into anxiety. So I think for me, there's more of a tendency towards focusing on the past and like regrets. But I've learned in philosophy in my undergrad, where I had a minor in philosophy, that it's bad faith to expect that if things had gone the way you wanted them to go, that never happened, that they would play out the way that you had expected. And so people think if only this had happened that certain way, then things would have worked out better. But you don't know that. And so it's bad faith in the sense that things could have happened a lot worse than the situation you're in now if things went the way that you had hoped they went. You don't know that. So just knowing that for me in my teachings, my undergrad helped me realize I don't need to be so fixated on the past and wanting to have done things differently. They might not have played out the way that I had expected them to. So I need to be here now more and realize that I need to be grateful for the way things have come. And by being grateful now, I can look forward to more things to be grateful for in the future. It's been helpful for me to have that attitude. For somebody that kind of tends to want to hold grudges and make regrets, it's a liberating ideation. So I see we have the Enneagram up here. Maybe Franklin wants to jump in.
You were mentioning the number 4. I don't know if you mentioned it specifically or if you mentioned it by speaking about the concept of the number 4. Did you specifically mention the number 4, or when you were talking about time as being your idea of, what was it? that you don't experience time in a particular way because your Taoist perspective gives you more of the flow of time rather than the segments of time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I basically was mentioning for in reference to the idea that there's two visions of the past and there's two visions of the future. And so there's like the expectations that we had or like the regrets we could have versus like the actual way of things on both sides, which is like a totally different thing that most people aren't really taught to understand. And so there's two sets of three. There's the three delusions I mentioned earlier, and then the three things that are actuality, that are undeniable, that are usually never discovered in our lifetime because we're not socialized to understand them, is that something is happening right now outside of my body. Something is happening right now inside of my body, and something is happening right now inside of my mind. And these things are inescapable and undeniable. These are universal principles and laws of our existence that you can never escape. But because of that, you can actually be so caught up in the imagination that you'll be stuck in expectations of the future and regrets of the past and missing out on your opportunity to be here now and be fully present. And when you're fully present here now, there's so much more time available to you to not be distracted with other things that are not even reachable. So there are people that are here now like this, they can accomplish so much more and there's more time to work with. Now, these devices that they keep us distracted with is another thing that can take us away from our ability to be able to be fully present and be able to have the time to do the things that we want and need and love to do. But a lot of people feel like they don't have the time or they can't make the time. They have so many obligations. But if we were able to be here now more presently and be able to step away from the distractions of the internet that are so prevalent in our lives right now, although I would love for our people in the chat to stick around. I'm not trying to push anybody away, but I joke. But really, it's powerful to be able to have those experiences. And a lot of musicians and artists have found that when they can set aside the device and the internet and the dopamine fixation that they have of being able to access so much amazing stuff, other artists, other musicians, other inspirations, other information, other feelings they can access through things that are being shared across the world to each other, they then can come back into their own place where they can find gifts from their souls to be able to create music, create art with their passion, and finally have a time where they can be fully immersed in it. And I think a lot of amazing musicians have been able to find that this is the way to be able to really come back into a place where we can create amazing art and music by being fully immersed into mindfulness and undistracted places and times where we can set aside a place where we can be in the time that we need to be able to like really focus on this stuff. And they say that if you get distracted for one instant during a time like this, it can take up to an hour for your mind to be able to even get back to the place where you were in the progression, the thoughts that you had built towards creating something. So I think that's powerful. It's easier said than done. There's so much available with all the notifications on the device and the different things we want to see and that we're following. And let alone if you're watching like the series or episodes and you're looking forward to like seeing what happens next. This stuff is great, but to be able to balance it out, sometimes it's good to be able to go outside into nature and just leave the device behind and be there.
I was just I wanted to talk about, 'cause I know this is a been a podcast that's supposed to be
Cosmic.
about, yeah.
Just before we go to the next topic, this was a question that I asked Indy 5 minutes ago. Can I still finish that thought?
Oh, sure.
It was related to the number 4 and the enneagram, and we've sort of gone into a sort of a slightly broader sphere. But I just thought, rather than bringing the conversation back to that later and being disjointed, it's probably better to bring it there now. And in that sense, it's quite interesting. Oh, what's going on here? Let's bring that back. There we go. So, I think it's quite important for us to recognize here we're looking at the number 4, and he's speaking about the polarities of 2 twos of 4. And I think like when we're looking at time, that's very interesting, because when we look at time, we've got 4 seasons, right? And we've got 4 points on the clock. I don't think that's a coincidence, right? We've got like midnight, we got midday, we've got sunrise, and we've got sunset. And there's 4 groups of 6 hours. And the 6 hours makes up, 6 groups of 60, right? Which is 3,600. And the 3,600. So if you take 60 seconds and you go into 60 seconds goes into 60 minutes, right? So 60 times 10 is 600 times 6 is 3,600 seconds. Is that right? Does that feel like too many? 60 times 60. No, that's correct. That's correct. It just seems like too many. But it's not too many. 3,600 seconds in an hour, right? And then 6 hours would be, what would that be? 3,600, so it'd be 18. 6 times 6 would be 360. So it'd be 18,000. Talking like 21, right? 21,000 and some
like that, or would it be like 3,600? 60 times 60, you add the zeros, it comes up with 2 zeros on the end. So I think it'd be 3,600.
3,600 is 3,600. 3,600 is 3,600.
Yeah.
It's just a different way.
No, you're right. Yeah, that's right.
No. Yeah. And so you can see how this number of 3,600 is quite interesting for 1 hour, right? And then we've got 10 hours, which is 36,000, right? And we've got another 10 hours, which is another 36,000. And then we've got 4 hours. So when we look at the expansiveness of these, like the seconds, they're working us back towards 9, if that makes sense. Even though there's 4 groups there, we're working with 12 hours, and the 4 is like the point of the cross, the Saturn cross, which is time. And so Saturn's cross number 8 pegs itself through 4, and 4 is like the crystal. It's stagnant. So when you're thinking about time segments, you're thinking about stagnant, crystallized points in time. And then that flow has got to be number 5, that change and movement. And number 8 represents the stagnant point to a flow, to a stagnant point, to a flow, to a stagnant point, to a flow, to a So 8 is the dynamic expression of 4's crystallized structure of a time unit. And I think that's like quite an interesting thing to consider, how, number 4 here represents the builder, which represents, the North Node, which is always looking forwards. The North Node is always got to do with our aspirations. They say it relates to your career and you're moving forward through time, in the same way that your South Node relates to your past and the emotional conditioning, right? And so these two work karmically, the karma that you need to work off in the future and the karma that you accumulated in the past. These nodes are quite important for this process of receiving and giving, in a sense of time and energy. But I just thought it's like really interesting that you were speaking about the number 4, and then what is 4 but two polar expressions of number 2, in the same way that 8 becomes 2 polar expressions of number 4. But 8 then also becomes the 2 squared, 2 times 2, sorry, not squared, 2 times 2, which is 4 times 2 is 8. So it's 3 cycles of doubling the 2, exponentially. So it's quite interesting how 4 becomes that midpoint in time. And that's why we say having time for this, having time for that, right? Like, I think our language has been constructed in such a fashion to recognize these numerical powers and how important they are in capturing and holding the essence of the idea of what time represents. And when you say like time is outside of number, I think the flow of consciousness of the astral is outside of number. So this is like that broad spectrum of time I was like sort of getting at. And the etheric is really pegged into numbers. And so where these two meet is like sort of a Goldilocks zone of that abstract flow that you're talking about and the concise formed, structured, geometric little representations of crystals. As one crystal becomes another crystal, becomes another crystal, there's a transition. And so it depends. If you look at any geometric pattern, you're either looking at the corners of the geometric pattern or you're looking at the lines. I don't know if you guys have done that. It's interesting. If you look at a pattern, a geometric pattern, and you decide to focus on the lines, you get a different experience of that geometry, where if you focus on the corners, you peg it down. But if you focus on the lines, I don't know if you've noticed, it starts to move. If it's a true a gram, then it will start to rotate if you're focusing your awareness on the lines rather than the corners, because you'll notice that there's a transition from point to point, which creates a flow of chakra. But yeah, dear Cosmic Brother, what was it you were going to say?
I was just going to say, you were just mentioning that just now. I have another cool visualization exercise where you basically, if you look at your whatever room you're in right now, and you look at the ceiling, and you look at the corner of where the walls sort of touch or whatever, and you pretend that the ceiling is like the top flat half of the cube, and it's like, if you kind of like, so if you look at the ceiling and pretend it's like the top half of the cube, and the two corners are sort of like the left and right face of the cube, and you look at it like, but the top face is up rather than down, it almost creates like this weird fourth dimensional like cube perception, where it's like what seems like an inward corner then becomes an outward corner. It's kind of cool. But I wanted to mention, because you were mentioning time and its relation to the Enneagram, and I couldn't help but overlook the connection between time and the moon. Because what the moon does is it gives us a 24-hour cycle. The moon basically revolves around the Earth, which gives it an axis so it doesn't spin. So it spins very gradually, right? Because without the moon, the Earth would just be all over the place, like to the point where it would change from summer to winter in like 15 minutes, because because the moon is there to allow time to unfold gradually. That's what allows life. So I think if we want to understand the nature of time, you have to consider the moon and its role that it creates in time perception. Because I was thinking about it, without the moon, we wouldn't perceive time the same way, because the moon gives us a sense of day and a sense of night, but without the moon, it would just be kind of like it would just be kind of all over the place. There'd be no real rhyme or reason. There's nothing that regulates the Earth's sort of orbit and axis, because it's like, in a lot of ways, the momentum of the moon spinning around the Earth allows the moon to kind of stay upright, right? So it's like, if you have like a ball or a coin, and if you spin it, if you have something around it, kind of like having centrifugal motion around it, the thing stays, spinning upward. Whereas if you don't have that, it like the corners and the poles are kind of shifting all over the place. And so basically, without the moon, the North Pole and the South Pole would just be like moving all over the place. There'd be no rhyme or reason. So it allows that. So if we want to think about time before we move to the next subject, I think the moon is a crucial component in that discussion.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're right on the money there. I think when we look at time, I think the moon is very much an important factor. They say in the occult sphere that the moon is what regulates time. Saturn is the lord of time, and Saturn puts down the rules, the laws, and the moon is what puts them into action. And so the moon is like integral for, you know, cell division, fertilization of seeds, eggs, you know, the growth patterns of living creatures, babies, eggs, plants, shoots, and why farmers have always had almanacs, right, in the old times, before they were just operating with like GMO seeds that are programmed to like not register the moon. I don't know. That's an interesting thought. Maybe that's part of what's wrong with GMO foods. Have you guys ever wondered? Maybe the food's been disconnected from the real world. Maybe the food has been sort of programmed in such a way to be like, what was it that you said, Howard? Numb. Howard said numbers. Maybe that's what's really going on here. And that's like quite an interesting concept, really, if you knuckle down into it. But yeah, I think like the moon is the key. And obviously the moon represents this magnetic pull. Yeah. And yeah, numbers make us numb. Well, I can't say that word twice because my dogs understand that as being stuff that you put in your mouth. If you say numb twice, they know that as food. They start thinking, oh, it's mealtime. He said that word. But yeah, I do think Back to Eden herb medicinal book is great for healing all ails. Back to Eden. You know, my girlfriend wanted a book that I got from her. What was it called? Is she in the house? It's one of the oldest.
Earlier, I think
she was here. It's one of the oldest. I sent it to Shinobi's partner too, because I had a digital copy. But I got my partner a solid copy of the book, and it's one of the oldest volumes that you can get. It's written in Old English, not old, Middle English, I think. It's many centuries old, right? And it's the Encyclopedia of Herbs and Medicine, but it's a very, very old one. Forget what it's called. But yeah, you know, I think that's like quite a big deal. Like having a good relationship with plants and medicinal life, especially these days, since we're being unplugged from time, we're being unplugged from connecting, we're being unplugged from ourselves emotionally, and it's reaching the point where we're becoming completely, you know, disabled spiritually, and that's by design, of course, right? They want us to be in that state of sort of dumbed down state, because when we're in a dumbed down state, it's much easier for us to be manipulated. And I think as well, you know, another big part of the situation is essentially that it's called the materia medica. Materia medica. Is that what it's called? Is it called the materia medica? Let me just check. For those of you that are interested, I think that's what it's called. I think that's the one. I hope it's the right one. Yeah. So that was first written almost 2,000 years ago. Yeah. So it's a medical book that's almost 2,000 years old. So it's the bomb, man. It's the bomb. It's back in the days before pharmaceutical corporations didn't even exist as an idea, right? Not the ones that are here now controlling our economies, basically. It's a big problem, and so they've gone out of their way to water down a lot of the information. But the materia medica is really cool because it gives like good descriptions of all of the plants. The pictures might not be that great, but it gives descriptions which you can actually use if you're out in the field, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I think, you know, another thing to consider, like you were saying in cosmic, that this whole reality that we're in, right, has become sort of like a bit of a disconnect, and we're sort of falling through this disjointed reality as disjointed beings, disconnected from ourselves, and we've been taught to doubt ourselves. I mean, what do you guys think about that? Do you think it's overtly obvious that we've been particularly trained to doubt ourselves so that we will listen to the information? Is that necessary in order for a systemic governmental system to make you see them as a state of authority? Do they have to take away your own personal sovereignty?
I mean, I think that makes sense. Yeah, for sure, on a certain level, because it's like ultimately, if you're some kind of leader and you're trying to essentially try to control the means of production, if you will, you can't necessarily have people be chaotic and free wielding. You have to kind of like control them on a certain level. And I think for one of these things that they want to do with in terms of control is limiting access to, the imagination, which I think if you see a lot of cults, religion is about, demonizing the imagination. Because I was thinking about the way that a lot of like Christian fundamentalists, like the really hardcore Christian fundamentalists are really, it's not just that they're like, against Satanism, but just pretty much anything non-Christian. So they think that meditation is satanic. They think yoga is satanic. They think astral projection is satanic. Pretty much like any kind of occult work. But think about what this means thematically, though. What do these practices typically have in common? Astral projection, you're engaging with the imagination. Channeling and tarot, you're also see all these magical practices are about, and the function of them is to engage with your own imagination and its relationship with the divine. And what these religions say, no, we don't want you to have your own imaginal relationship with the divine. We want you to have this pre-scripted relationship that we've already established for you within this book. In other words, it's like they don't want people to use imagination and their own dreams and their own experiences to guide the reality, because oftentimes what happens is that, when I find that when I do this, when I decide to go, off script, is that sometimes you start to realize that, hey, maybe the thing that is happening in this religion, maybe this spirit doesn't exist, or maybe this spirit that you said doesn't exist actually does exist. And then they're like, uh-oh, wait, that's a problem, because our holy book doesn't say that. No, we can't have that. No, we can't have that. You're a heretic. You're a demon follower. And so they have to control the religious narrative. And if you have too many people, going off in their own directions and coming up with their own stories, they can't control a singular unified story if all the believers are coming up with their own stories. So I think that there is, in terms of power and control, a necessary aspect of controlling the imagination. The other aspect of controlling the imagination is controlling your perception of reality. Because I find that with the imagination is that one can use the imagination to not just, play with any kind of thought exercise they want or do any kind of thing they want, but they can also change their perception of reality, change their dimensional perspective, sort of take the universal tesseract and sort of rotate it to a different coordinate. And if you got like you're trying to sell some kind of religion, or you're selling some kind of, practice or kind of ideology, imagination is definitely kind of off the books. Like you see this with like stuff like communism too. And in like North Korea, like how like, every single piece of media has to be about, the leader or the country or the party. I mean, think about like North Korea, they have like 3 channels, and all they have on those channels are just different, propaganda. And the point is that they don't want any form of imagination to exist sort of outside of their, set up framework. So in a way, it's like there's a certain, so you think about imagination space, and that's why it's important. Like a thing of like like imagination as being like a massive field, right? Like a big field with grass and trees and little ponds everywhere in all directions. And every religion is like a fenced off area within that field. And the problem is they don't want you exploring on your own, because you might realize like, hey, there's a fence here, or you might realize like, hey, there's a way to get through this fence. There's an area where you can kind of like crawl underneath it and, you know, get outside of it. And that the thing with the imagination is that you also just start to realize that there's problems with the religion. You just start to realize like, hey, you know, maybe, you know, when you play the scenario out like in your mind, you start to realize like, hey, maybe this God or this deity or this prophet, maybe he's not a good being. Maybe he isn't a loving being. And so the imagination really empowers a person. So being able to either limit the imagination or control and curtail the imagination to fit their whims, you know, that's a very powerful tool of control. And because you really think about it, like with Christianity or any kind of like, you know, mainstream religion, and the reason they're so against like, you know, magic is evil and, you know, don't use magic, what they're really communicating is don't use your imagination. Because if you think about what magic is essentially on a deeper level, you know, it's interfacing with your imagination. Now, whether you're a person who believes in literal magic or you're some kind of like atheist who thinks it's just some kind of like psychological whatever, the same principle essentially applies. So there's power in the imagination. There's power in mystery and knowing that there's possibilities outside of what the religion says. And religion doesn't want that. It doesn't want those outside possibilities. It wants to control the narrative. I mean, that's why in so many cults, they forbid, you know, books from outside the cult. They don't want any outside information contaminating. And the reason we're basically discouraged from using our imagination is that we can basically expose these paradigms as being just products of the imagination. See, we think something is real because we don't use our imagination to realize that it's actually imaginary. So that would be my answer to your question.
You know, that's quite perspective. You know, it all is imagination, and I think that's something that we've often forgotten, that the entire framework of reality that we live within is really just the experience of our imagination. And when we recognize and realize that everything that we think we know as real is nothing but our own imagination, I think that gives us quite a powerful insight into understanding the nature of this existence. And I don't know, what do you think, Indy? Do you agree with that? You know, that everything is just the experience of your imagination, that the Maya is real. Some people don't agree with that. I like to think that there's nothing that I can imagine or think about or consider that isn't my imagination. It's almost like the imagination is the case within which consciousness is bound.
Yeah, I love that idea. I mean, to me, the mystery comes first. That's the most important thing that brings us all together. Once you start to develop a belief or an understanding that fills the container, your cup becomes too full for more to enter it. That's when the problems begin. That's when ignorance starts and starts to limit people from being able to grow and learn and develop more. And I feel like it's important to allow the imagination to be the facilitator of that. But at the same time, I personally appeal to the Aristotelian view of the soul, the idea that the soul cannot live without the beating heart, that when the body dies, the soul is then transmuted back into primordial energy. And to me, this kind of facilitates my idea, which is kind of a tweak on the idea of reincarnation, the idea that we don't necessarily have a particular past life that's the same as us, that's the same soul and being that's having that experience, but we have resonance, like morphic resonance. That was an idea Rupert Sheldrake talks about that he received from French philosophers, I believe in the classical period. The idea suggests that we have a connection with other minds through time that resonate with our own place in our mind, in our imagination. And so it allows them to connect, and we can connect with other individuals, other souls that are on the same page as us. And through that connection, we can influence them through time. They can influence us through time. We can influence our past lives or our future lives, and they can do that with us. So to me, that's an interesting story and perspective and worldview that one could take. But to me, as the ancient philosophical Taoist, I first and foremost value the versatility of interpretations as the most important thing. So the idea that there can be different perspectives allows the imagination to grow and to change, transform things into different understandings and worldviews. And to me, that's the most important thing, because without that, without the ability for countless perspectives of the same actuality, which I believe is a real place, I believe that even though this is a simulation of an immortal soul and body in a higher plane, that this place has been formed to become a reality and an actuality in itself, although it's connected to a higher place. So I feel like in this place, even though what we think when we die, it's like this big deal because it's the end of everything. But really, there's a probably a better chance that every individual is, like they say, a drop in the ocean. And what we are is we are the ocean. The separation is a delusion. We are the entire ocean of primordial waters experiencing itself. And I really feel like the imagination is like the most formidable eye through which to see all things. And I feel like the imagination and the physical realm are kind of like at odds with each other. I feel like they're in a different place. There's like the lower mind is more focused on the corporeal material realm, which divides people into different dividing perspectives that makes us weak and divided and conquered. But when we look into the imagination and we look into the divine within, the higher consciousness, we unify at the top of that triangle. We share that mind. And so I really like this idea. This is something that's been brought to me by Itzhak Bentov, or Isaac Bentov, before he disappeared after he released this on public media through a broadcast on the television. He vanished from existence and um, was never seen again. I think this is a reason why really important truths that have come out lead to the demise of certain individuals, like I mentioned Philip K. Dick and Itzhak Bentov, having these like revolutionary ideas that people recognize immediately as deeply true in their heart and soul. Um, and I think maybe they're trying to keep us away from those understandings because it's harder to control us when we have a deeper understanding about things that transcend the sea of lies that we've been thrown into, which many are drowning within. And I think this is like in the struggle for the the usurpers that have like transmuted all the information to their benefit and kind of bent things out of shape so that we're confused and lost together. And I feel like ultimately this is possibly like Mother Nature is in the big picture making that thing happen so that there's a time right now of integration. Because if we all are liberated in our minds and have deep understanding, it's very possible for us to all go in different directions with our imaginations and fall away from being together. And because imagination is so expansive, I think in a paradoxical way, the material divide and conquer strategies unify us at the bottom of the hierarchy of the structure of power, and our imagination that's not unified and integrated can lead us away from becoming a cohesive group that's under the same deep understanding of truth. And I feel like the imagination can lead people away from truth. This is why that happens. Imagination can lead people into confusion, and misinformation and disinformation can lead people through their imagination into the lies of understanding. And the way that things have been shown to us, like through escapism, like the idea was very prevalent amongst our species, the idea that there's another place that's not here where we belong, that we need to go. Even in the idea of like the material body or the soul within the body has to go to there to be at home because this is not it. I feel like that is one of the main lies that has appealed to so many people because nature and the material plane are very difficult. And so, under the Aristotelian view, the soul can never really travel beyond the body, like, or outside of living when the body's gone. So, the soul is here to imagine and ascertain and experience everything that can be done. But I think possibly that might happen only within the life of the body. So, it doesn't mean that the soul completely vanishes because everything changes, but nothing is lost. Things are maintained in some form, but I think that the individual perspective may be lost when we return back to the primordial unified view of all of existence. But I love to have other people that take the devil's advocate role on this and they're able to see things in a very different way, like more established ways of thinking. But the Aristotelian view was quickly thrown out and I feel like when I go back to things like this, it's important to take positions that are no longer favorable, especially in evolution. The idea of Darwin, the idea that things just happen randomly by chance, never appealed to me. But there was an evolutionary master named Lamarck before him who suggested that when we use a trait, it becomes more pronounced. When we don't use a trait, it becomes vestigial over time. And I really appealed to this when they found that women are born with all of their eggs in their ovaries. They thought that, okay, so nothing we do changes anything because the eggs were already formed. But to me, I started to realize, like, wait, the eggs are formed in their grandmother's womb. And so she can have a huge impact from her life experiences on how they form and what kind of things are being coded and passed down. But they've recently found through epigenetics that even one person's lifetime that they can actually alter the genetic material of their own eggs in their ovaries before they become conceived. So not only is the grandmother having a huge influence on the generation after the next, the mother can actually influence the next generation as well through her life experiences before giving birth. So I feel like Lamarckianism needs to come back into the book and into the age of life right now where it's been kind of thrown away. And people have been led towards like fatalism, like the idea that things are predetermined. There's nothing you can do. Everything you do doesn't matter. I think it's been shown to us now that through epigenetics that if you take a life of iniquity and transgression, you lead towards like excessive like indulgences or making yourself like an ascetic and not allowing yourself to like participate in things that would like enrich you and make you healthier and more capable. Like either one of those, whether you're living too much or too little, can have a negative impact on what you're passing down to the next generations. And interestingly, the Cherokees say that we don't own the world; we're borrowing from the next generation. And they also say that we can prepare in our lives for the next 7 generations to come. So I think if people start to take on different perspectives, like I've mentioned, you can have like a better discussion of the possibilities. We don't have to argue about which one's right, but we can consider all of the wonderful possibilities of things and start to understand the panorama of and the spectrum of the possibility of how to see things and what insights can be had from various perspectives within that panorama. And I think that's important for us to be able to have discussions where we don't necessarily agree upon a certain perspective, but where we can see the value in those other perspectives that we don't have as an individual.
Yeah, brother. I totally get you, and I'm feeling you. And I think it's fundamental. It's a big problem in the world these days. How people react to information that they don't. You'll find like people become aggressive. I can think of a few people off the top of my head where if you disagree with them, they become like vindictive. you know, and you'll be having a conversation in a group or something, and they'll start trying to like, oh, well, you don't agree with me, so I should start character assassinating you because, you know, should start taking it personally and making this a personal, and it's now a battle between me and you, and it's my character and your character. And I'm like, I don't understand what's wrong with these people. You know, it's very sad that this is where we are at, that there are these sort of tendencies in people to behave in this fashion. But it is fundamentally what it is. There's not much we can do or say about it. I do think I just want to adjust my thing and hope that doesn't drop my audio sound. There we go. Just wanted to get my little seashell of frankincense out of here. But I do believe that, what you were saying just now is really interesting. And I think there's different ways that people conceptualize imagination. You may have noticed in the description, I used the word telesmatic. Where did I put it in there? Let's go and take a look. So astral perception and telesmatic images. I take it you guys know what telesmatic images are, but I'll just describe for everybody that might be coming at a later stage or listening. We could get all sorts of people joining different levels of understanding. Most people here have probably got an idea. The word telesmatic comes from ancient Greece. It's very old. It was adopted by the Golden Dawn and other magical fraternities. And so a telesmatic image is a image that one constructs. The Golden Dawn system sort of limited those images to deity forms, or they would construct a being, because it is a human condition to anthropomorphize everything, right? We anthropomorphize like human qualities onto God, that word that nobody understands and everybody uses at liberty. And I won't even get into describing that word right now, but that anthropomorphic nature of expression, I think, is part and parcel. It's the way that the imagination operates. Because what the imagination does is it projects things outside of itself. And this is the key, I think, to understanding what the imagination is. Before the imagination, there is no distinction of the inside or the outside. And there is this synergetic expression of things operating as a unified form. For example, let's go and pull up that Idam Pingala picture again, so that I can sort of give you an idea. And this is a slightly, I'm going to use a few ideas and images here to convey this idea, but I think it's important to define what the imagination, what the imagination is in its function, as well as in what it represents as an actual aspect of consciousness. Because sorry, I did the wrong one. Because we all think we know what we're talking about when we talk about the imagination. Sure, it's the ability for the consciousness to make images. Okay, well, I mean, that's a pretty exoteric idea, and it's completely right. But what does that mean? What is an image, right? What is it? Oh, it's something you can see. Oh, but what about when you are not looking at a physical image? What about when you are using your imagination conceptually, and there's not an image related to it, not a picture specifically, for example? What then? How does that work? So I think like the word image has now been used for a picture that we can see with our eyes. But is that really the whole of the story? So when we look at this picture here, now this picture doesn't completely show, as well as it could, the full aspects of these chakra forms. Maybe I can find another image that shows how this works. Okay, here. Here's another one, which is pretty good. And the idea is being slightly, the idea that I want us to focus on is being slightly better projected here. So here we can see another picture of these currents, right? And what are we seeing here is, notice that from Muladhara to Svadhisthana, from Svadhisthana to Manipura, from Manipura to Anahata, from Anahata to Visuddhi, you've got these 1, 2, 3, 4 bands, right? It's like the caduceus. But notice when we get to the Visuddhi, we don't have that same thing that's symbolized here by a broken line. And the reason is because it's not really a line in such. It's got to do with the currents, which is flowing down, but it's in the Shashumna. So at the point of Visuddhi chakra, the reason this is drawn like this is that there is a unified stream of consciousness. In other words, once you get to Visuddhi level, throat chakra level of expression and experience, you are then literally in a unified stream of consciousness. And in the other chakras, everything is highly polarized. So this Visuddhi chakra, which is essentially the sphere of vibration, which is quite important to recognize, right? That sphere of vibration is an important point, because that is where memory exists. And memory doesn't distinguish. It's the way everything's held together. It's the substance or the glue of existence. What we're experiencing here now is a memory. We think it's an experience that's happening in real time, but we are actually experiencing the past. And the memory is just a singular experience. However, for that to become contextual, there has to be an element of separation involved. And that separation involves polarization. So the very principle of polarizing, of producing that polarity so that there can be a distinction between what is inside me, what is outside of me, what is on my right, what is on my left, what is above me, what is beneath me, that very experience of distinction is symbolized by polarity. And that polarizing potential is really the imagination. So what does that mean? Well, space is created, right? But that space has to be limited. And in the limitation of that space, that limitation that we imply upon that space is the differentiation. And that's the boundaries. And those boundaries are really the effects of polarity. Without the effects of polarity, there would be no boundaries. And this is quite a difficult thing for humans to often understand. The very principle of a boundary between the table and my hand, between my hand and my head, that is a polarity. There is a frequency of vibration, which is my head, and there is a frequency of vibration, which is my hand. And when my hand touches that, it can't go past that point, because there's a polarity being represented between my head and my hand, and that there's a resistance. Without that polarity of energy, there can be no resistance. There can be no structure of the outside and the inside. So when I think of imagination, I think of imagination as that very aspect of consciousness that gives form polarity. And without the polarity in form, there can be. So everything that fits into the world of distinctions is essentially of the world of imagination. So I don't think that when I think of physical reality, there is no physical reality other than what we're imagining it to be. And we've all have a consensus imagination contract of what we believe reality to be and how we choose to imagine this reality. Though the imagination is really the substrate, the substance of this experience. And it's more than that, though. It's also, why can we feel? Think about the principle of feeling. So we go to the Anahata chakra.
Franklin, I just want to interrupt you for just a second. I think Zerolaf wants in on the call.
Thank you, brother. I will bring him in. Where is he? There we are. I'll just finish this off quickly so that I don't get sidetracked. So the very nature of Anahata Chakra is the polarity. Think about it. What is feeling? Feeling is something which is donating a boundary between the outside and the inside, and you're noticing the contextual difference between the outside and the inside, and that is feeling. And we feel it on our skin. We feel it on our lungs. And we feel the energy of the non-matter on the inside of the outside, or the outside of the inside. And we feel the physicality of matter on the inside of the outside. And we feel that within ourselves as a field of flowing potential of energy. So the whole sensation of feeling, which is both an emotion, when we're feeling emotion, we are actually bringing that sense of abstract potential into the physical body, and we're feeling the emotion in our physical body. So once again, we are bringing something of the outside to touch something of the inside, so that there's this constant boundary between two different things, and we are measuring the effects of that boundary, and that is essentially what feeling is. And so for us to, what happened to Serilat? Oh, his mic wasn't on. Okay. Well, he'll be back, I'm sure. I did add him, but so that nature of feeling and that nature of connection is really what we are talking about when we're talking about feeling. So the imagination represents that, represents the where one thing touches another thing. And so we have created forms within that energetic field, right? And the forms are how we limit space. If we look on the etheric field here, we limit the space. This is Jabura. Jabura, the fifth Sefirot, limits the potential space of Chesed, which is the fourth Sefirot. And so that space is being limited by boundaries, and those boundaries produce that field through which we can imagine, because you need to have an expansive potential to imagine, but there needs to be a point of origin and a point that an outside that you're moving towards. Maybe you can't see that point, but it exists. And so that potential of movement of consciousness is imagination. Without the imagination, consciousness couldn't move. We wouldn't be able to think thoughts. There would be no thoughts to think. There would be nothing to feel. There would be nothing to see. There would be no objects. There would be no up or down. There would be no the ground. There would be no sensations of smell, to smell something out there, or to taste something touching our tongue. There would be no potential for touching something with your hand and feeling the texture of it. That wouldn't be able to happen, because this is all within the context of the imagination. But we've been taught in our schools to think that the imagination is just one aspect of consciousness. It's something that you use when you're thinking abstractly. Abstract imagination is one use of the imagination, but the imagination, I think it's so wired in to everything that everything is an expression of this imagination. And so we can't really conceptualize that imagination very easily. Okay, so that's back. So let's bring him back in, and let's see. Hopefully he's on track with his audio. We have Zerilat here. For those of you that don't know Zerilat, he's a magician. He's a YouTuber. He's got a channel. It's recommended in my recommended channels. It's at Zerilat Eternal. He does a lot of cool work with the box saga. He's been doing some book reading, some really cool book reviews. He does rune reading. He works with the magical runes, with the Odin runes. And welcome, dear brother Zerilat. It's an honor to have you with us. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, man. Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Good. Running out of my my earbud here makes life easier. Good stuff. I was chilling like for like 20 minutes. So I was just like, when's he letting me in? when I one of the first books I read on my channel, which when I rebooted myself because I got canceled, and then I committed digital seppuku way before that, right? So I got old stuff that lingers partially on BitChute and Odyssey, but I got Being in Time by Heidegger, and this kind of like taking the relationship and using it to comprehend the ontology is exactly what's being covered in Heidegger's Being in Time. He may use some sort of equivalency in German to the word imagination, but a great deal of it is like that because it takes a very subjective point of view, right? I've always looked at it like it is the counterbalance to the objectivism of Ayn Rand, which is looking at everything from everyone's angle versus you trying to understand your angle.
I guess
Yeah, I
in
think
some
that's
ways they're
all.
both kind of equivalent because it's like thinking about like Ayn Rand and Heidegger. In a sense, it's like they're both materialists, but the only difference is Ayn Rand's an objective materialist and Heidegger is a subjective materialist, essentially. There's like something I've been thinking about, like the whole idea of like weird materialism, where it's like you got more like the Nick Land to the speculative realists, where there's a point where materialism gets so deep in the weeds that it almost becomes indistinguishable from occultism and magic. It's like you think it's like this mundane, like rational thing, but when you go deeper into it, it gets really weird and occult and trippy. So I don't know. Just that the thought just came to my mind. But in a way, it's like they're both kind of like, I don't know, singularizing the universe. I had a thought and it just whatever. Anyway.
Well, that's a great point.
One more thing, I just want to let you know, it says that you've got low browser space on your device. So your device might be full, so it might create sort of issues, just so you know, yeah?
Okay, all right. I'm not gonna be doing this from my phone for too long. I was just situating myself. But I was gonna say that is that like me with, yes, it is material, right? It's the material angle that this takes this conversation for people that are material and they're trying to understand psychologically what we're talking about with all this airy-fairy stuff, right? And so this kind of manner of the material relationship to that reality, the law of correspondence comes into play, because then everything happening in the insubstantial, the imaginative, the etheric, you have a deeper relationship with it at that point.
Yeah, I was just putting it up there. There's the Hermes laws on the right-hand side there.
Yeah, because unless you're just sitting in your lotus position and meditating with your eyes closed in the privacy of your own mind, every experience that you're having has some sort of material reaction. Like the material world is informing the spiritual world, because we're talking about the underlying template. It's why things come to form in agreement. If we're both standing in the same room and I say this room is a square brown room, you're not going to argue with me that it is a square brown room in the general sense, and that it is decorated with certain things, and there's its color, there's its shape, there's its texture, its hardness, and your imagination, my imagination, can't outer lock that per se, right? Unless you are with me from your own place, where my rules of reality don't matter, but we are still here together having a parallel experience that is being filtered a little bit differently, which also changes our relationship with the environment, even though we are both looking at the same thing. The Maya is real. You're just looking at how the goddess decorates your room.
Yeah, the way I look at material reality and the spiritual, they're two different aspects of consciousness. So I see that the spiritual dimension of consciousness relates to sort of general sense of awareness, whereas I feel like materiality relates more to the sense of being in consciousness. Because I was thinking about, like, you know, outside of perception, what makes a coffee cup fundamentally exist? Now, there's two different explanations that you have here. You have the kind of the objective materialist explanation that, you know, the cup exists, you know, outside of my perception as a collection of sort of atoms and sort of phase, you know, waves and sort of energetic processes that create a magnetic field that creates this cup. Or you could create the perception where, you know, you're kind of a more Hindu idealist, and you say that the cup doesn't really exist out there. It's Maya. It's an illusion. It's a sort of reflection of my own inner nature. But I take the approach that just by the cup sort of existing on its own in its beingness, in the sense that it's an object with a physical weight, a texture, a color, that those qualities in and of themselves are an intrinsic form of consciousness. Just that, and that beingness, it lacks. See, the cup lacks a sort of external awareness, but it has a sort of being in its nature of it being of itself. And I've been thinking about, like, how our awareness, that when we look at an object, that we in a sense make it more real just by looking at it. Like, I was thinking, like, that's why we get lonely when there's not people around, because it's like when there's not people around you to, you know, stare at you and kind of use their awareness to sort of like, you know, like sort of inform that you exist in the world. When there's less people around you and you're all by yourself, one of the reasons that being alone can be so disconcerting is it's like there's no one around you sort of verifying that you exist. So it's almost like you don't exist in that moment. So it made me think about how our perception and our awareness of things gives more sort of life. And it's almost like the fact that I am aware of an object gives that object relatively more sentience than it had before. And I was even thinking, like, I had this kind of weird theory about, like, animals and like pet souls. And it's like that when we have an animal and we make it our pet and we give it a name and we give it an identity, we're essentially giving that animal a human soul. So, like, for example, if you have a dog and it's just a regular dog living in a wild, you know, it's just, you know, some regular dog soul over this one around. But when you take a dog and it's like you give it a name and you give it an identity and you give it a personality and you stare into its eyes and you kind of confirm its existence, you kind of give now because you've given your awareness and your attention to that, your consciousness to that animal. Now that animal, by being observed by you, also is more conscious. So it's kind of like what I'm thinking about, like the idea that when it comes to materiality, I think the greater point that I was trying to get at, though, is that when it comes to the materialist perspective and the idealist perspective, and it's really that they're just looking at like the same coin from like one side on the top and one side on the bottom, but they're both essentially talking about the same world from totally different vantage points. All right, looks like Zeralath is going to be back. He's just switching to a different device. So
Hello. Sorry about that.
all right, I hear you.
I was just going to go and tuck my boy in. make sure that he's getting into bed, you know, because when the cat's away, the mice come out to play, right? And left to his own devices with his mother, he'd go to bed at like whatever time.
Literally
But,
with his own devices.
Literally, yeah, exactly. Literally. So it's a tough call. And now, there we go. So I can get back to seeing the world in comment form. Yeah, I was listening to you on my phone on YouTube, and you know, I think is Zerilet back in the chat? Let's just see.
Yeah,
There we go.
he's back.
Zerilet is there now. Welcome back, dear Zerilet. He's in a different. He looks all like professional now. He's in his studio with his microphone, his camera.
I had something that was in response to Cosmic Prankster. I'm trying to shoot. I'm trying to hold it in my head, and it's going away.
Shoot it out, brother.
Shoot. Darn it! You were you're gonna have to repeat the last thing you were talking about for a second.
Yeah, I have to remember it myself.
It was.
You've both been toking, have you?
It was the way you jumped off my Heidegger comment, my materialism answer to that, and then it went from there.
Oh yeah, the idea that materialism and idealism are basically looking at the universe from different dimensional perspectives.
Yeah, exactly, and that can stack people's value sets and cause strife between people. Right? Two people that get along on X, Y, and Z subjects are coming from two completely different ontological sources to that agreement. And as the evolution of everything else encompassed with them moves between the two of them, they diverge apart as they reach different conclusions in the future. And this is why a lot of people fall out from each other, and so you get all these you watch it in the podcast world where you had all these different people that were really tight. They were guests on each other's podcasts, they were co-hosting things at one point, and then various schisms, and I'm not even talking about business schisms. Sometimes business is inherently involved, but I mean like ideological schisms, and they start going after each other for a fundamental insult that they weren't expecting, because people are not realizing these fundamental truths that two people in the same exact room, like I was explaining my room in the Maya, can be having a completely different filtered experience interpretation of that room. In fact, it's practically guaranteed, because if you've ever spent enough time with a woman that you actually was paying attention to and actually paid attention to you, you end up talking about how you didn't realize how she's right about a certain way you saw the exact same thing, and vice versa. And it's how often men and women wow each other.
Yeah, that's powerful. I feel like, yeah, the women in the dominant limbic system of their feelings and attachment to their emotional understanding of things with their reasoning can help men kind of branch away from the compartmentalized thoughts of just strictly reasoning and logic into a deeper understanding. And so through that, we can kind of enhance each other through the sacred union, where we're kind of helping each other jump into from one side of the hemisphere of the brain into the other, in one way to say it. Yeah. So I feel like
they want men. They want men trapped in a tunnel, and they want women trapped in a tower. That's the way they want us in the control system, right? Men with their Mars directive, like task ahead energy, complete tunnel vision, horse blinders on, just get to the end of the day, get to the paycheck, get to the wife, get to the concert and the ball game and all the little little objectives that you keep looking forward to. The woman up in her tower can do nothing but improve her surroundings because she can't leave her surroundings. So she figures out how to bring life to her, which is why women are always looking at guys that aren't succeeding and saying, oh, but you just got to believe it and manifest. There's women I'm thinking of in my head right now that I love to death that tell me this. And I'm just like, yes, you are correct. But that doesn't mean the same thing to me in my male mind. A manifestation and attraction works different for us. In fact, it involves a little bit more work. A little bit more work in the way that men have to work, but we have to get out of the tunnel vision of our directive. We cut off our own branches before they've grown.
Yeah, well said. And this is a very like traditionalist view, which I love. I'm a traditionalist myself, and I've always used the analogy that like you don't see a woman riding on horseback across the countryside battling against foes to be able to rescue the prince from his palace. You know what I mean?
You do in a modern Hollywood movie.
I mean, you got like Princess Xena, you got your exceptions to this, where I mean, honestly, to me, I didn't see her going to rescue a man. She appealed to more of a masculine guy that's tough like her, that also wants to battle foes and they could rescue each other. But she didn't really appeal to like a passive man that's waiting to be rescued as much. But I'm sure you could find some examples of this if you were to look hard enough. That it's out there for sure. And possibly not always in a fantasy model, maybe in like a science fiction circumstance. Obviously, there's so many more different schemes in that, because when we have humanoids that aren't particularly human, they can play out in many ways, which I feel like are really an articulation of different cultural milieus, because we have like certain societies that are matriarchal based, like in Africa, where the women just kind of make the money and then they send the men out to do all of the hard work. And so in a lot of ways, there's a similar theme where they are in the home and the men are doing the work, but at the same time, they're the ones that are calling the shots, and then the men are taking their directive. So it's a little bit of a flip. But and you see this kind of stuff more in like science fiction stories, where they're kind of portraying it as like an alien race that does this. But I feel like it always ties back from the imagination to like a practical situation that people have heard about, to allow them to imagine some otherworldly beings to act like this, because it's been seen here in this world. So I feel like it's really interesting. But at the same time, I also feel like women were in this story of Ken Wilber, The Brief History of Everything. He suggests that women used to be the leaders of the tribe and the clan, and that the men would follow their directives because they were the ones that would go out and find and forage all of the real food. And the men would just go out and be distracted by going on the wild hunt. And so this kind of ended because agriculture came into the picture, and it was thought that during this time, women were not able to work in the fields. And since women couldn't work in the fields because they're having a high prevalence of miscarriage working around domesticated animals, because of the fecal matter in the dirt, and because of the rough and tough demands of the body to be able to do this tough work, it was hard for them to do this while they were pregnant. And so by taking some time out to be in that vulnerable state to gestate the child and give birth and then nurse the child, they put themselves into a place where they eventually became weeded out of the responsibility of not only creating, planting and watching over and harvesting the crops, but also not being able to go out into the trade markets and trade the goods and the crops and the products that were made, and also not being able to go out into the religious centers where they were able to, the men were able to become leaders of the various temples and churches and synagogues and such, and mosques and what have you. The women were basically imprisoned in the home, and they have developed an entire society and like way of life around this, where they can create things in the home like clothing. They can tailor clothing for their family. They can create home decorations and home decor and decorate the home and maybe like work in like a small garden outside the home, like directly outside. But I think there's part of this has probably something to do with the fact that women come into a place of danger when they don't have a man to escort them when they go on a journey. So it's not like women could just go out and do this all on their own. If they were to go, a man would have to accompany them, because men are a lot more desperately attracted to women, where they're willing to have stronger impulses that are going to drive them to do terrible things, like with the regretful behaviors, like towards their acting on their impulses, whereas women don't really have as much of this of a flux on their impulses to like have a man in bed or something. You know what I mean? I think a lot of that comes from parental investment, whereas like women, they could die from they get into a vulnerable state during coitus, where when they have an orgasm, they're basically in paralysis. So they want to have a man that they can trust. And then when they're in like a vulnerable state during pregnancy, they need to have a man that's going to be supportive of them and not abandon them in their time of need. And so like there are many needs, and their ability that also they could die during childbirth. And so by just having fun with a guy, it could lead to her complete demise and death. So I think for women, they have to really consider, like, all right, do I know this person? Is this going to go somewhere? Is it going to work out if something happens that we don't expect to happen? There's a lot more considered for her, because even if everything goes right, she's going to be in a vulnerable state for like a long time, where she's taking care of two at once and she's carrying another one with her. And so this is like a whole thing. They don't have to deal with any of that stuff. The men basically have control, you know, and we have the roles to protect and serve. But go ahead.
Yeah, no. I think this is that primordial fear for women of what it means if society collapses, right? What I hear from this is that I think that we're talking about, like, because we're talking about how it was in the earliest times, and the earliest times that we know is because of the Ragnarok period, the period of the destruction, because we all know about Atlantis and stuff like that, right? Because anything we're looking at in our official record going back to Sumer, pre-Sumer archaeology and anthropology is all about us picking up after the Ice Age in the north and after the devastations and the floods elsewhere from the fall of the last age. And so if you were in a big civilization that had its own kind of tech, where you didn't have to worry about gender roles anymore because you had tech that replaced gender roles, and you just had, you know, how you wanted to do your thing, right? And then everything falls apart so fast that a generation doesn't have time to preserve some absolute basics. You go into the default tribalism, and the woman, being physiologically, psychologically what she is going to have to you know, deal with the fact that the men are going to go away to go hunt, because now we need more animal protein in our diet, because our world is different and we have new hungers that weren't there before, because our entire environment has changed since the axis tilt, and now we have winters and there's no more tropical plants up here as we knew it, and you can't just live off of papaya and banana, right? And so now you've got the men doing the hardcore out there survival things, and the women are learning to do hardcore nesting, right? And then eventually you're working on getting yourself up to an agricultural standard, so that way you're not stuck at the harvester level as the baseline of the entirety of the skills of your civilization, right? So this makes perfect sense. It's like we had to learn the hardest lesson in gender because of something that happened when we fell, which forced us into the most extreme lessons of nature of what
it is to be a man and what it is to be a woman, because we've taken away every interference between you and God.
You know, it's
You know, I
interesting.
think-
You mentioned earlier, Zarelef, you were talking about technology. I think that's kind of like that's the crux of the thing that's really separating, you know, men and women. Because lately I've been, you know, with my whole, you know, Fey magic thing, my whole perception is that I look at the universe as essentially an organism, and that existence is essentially organic, and it's like God's like a kind of weird, like male and female fungus molds kind of like getting at with each other. But one thing that's abundantly clear with this perspective is that the idea of one gender sort of playing dominance over the other doesn't make sense, because masculine and feminine are intrinsic for organic life to survive. It's like saying light existing without dark, or west existing without east. You know, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But the other alternative that most people are told is that the universe is like a machine. You know, God created the universe in his workshop, and he put all the little, you know, bells and whistles and gears and cogs, and he kind of finally crafted the universe like Geppetto, this kind of like this genderless, you know, sexless kind of like adult toy train kind of universe that we're existing in. But the Fae have kind of realized, like, no, you know, it's like, you know, souls are not created, you know, by God tinkering in a workshop. You know, you were like, you know, souls are essentially created by gods and goddesses getting it on, masculine and feminine gods and goddesses, you know, astrally and spiritually procreating to create your soul. And this whole idea of kind of created in a workshop is like a kind of akin to a parent telling their children that they came from the stork rather than being born, you know, in a hospital. But I guess the point that I have with this is that when you look at the universe in this kind of this organic way, there no longer really is a need to define reality as like a patriarchy in the you know, masculinist sense, or like a matriarchy in that feminist sense. You realize that both of these things are like intrinsically necessary. But when you look at the universe as being this kind of dead, you know, Cartesian machine, then it becomes very easy for one to take their imagination and project a masculine and or feminine ideal onto that machine, essentially. Because if you look at like a lot of like religions and stuff, they kind of define, you know, the universe as being a machine created by God, rather than an organism conceived by a kind of higher god and goddess, which is the kind of perspective that I've essentially been taught. But that god and goddess goes back to that kind of this whole idea of two different aspects of consciousness, awareness and being. And I forgot where I was kind of going along with that, the whole point. But I think that once you kind of see the universe in that kind of organic way, I think that there no longer is the need for the fight. There no longer is the need for that distinction, because it's like the, you know, the sexes are working together. But if we look at the universe as a machine, as a kind of a Rube Goldberg pulley system created by God, then what we're going to see is men and women fighting over control over the steering wheel of said machine.
I think as well, you know, just to what you guys were talking about just a little while ago, and it's got to do with like men and women, and it's actually quite relevant to this conversation of dream symbols, because we're talking about emotional intelligence here. And so, you know, all of us men will recognize that more often than not, women tend to have a better grasp on emotional intelligence than men. More often than not. More often than not, men tend to have a better grasp on rational intelligence than women. More often than not. It's not a generalization per se. But though you can find men that have an incredible capacity towards emotional intelligence, and you can find those are the artists, the men that are like musical, painting, philosophers, whatever. And in women, you can also have like women that are engineers, right? And mathematicians in the same vein, and they can surpass men. Though I think that this has got a lot to do literally with the shape of the brain. And so, you know, it's been noticed that women have, on average, have a physiological structure in the brain that gives them the ability to have a superior ability to facilitate advanced processing of complex emotional, social, and narrative information. So what does that mean, right? It means they're better at integrating emotional data, right? It means they have a stronger emotional intelligence. What that means is that they can be better at lying. And they can be better at manipulating than men in general. It's not a, you know, you get men that are very in tune with their feminine and they have developed that side of their brain. The same as women, like my partner, for example, she's really good at organizing and rationalizing and, you know, running the books of a business and making sure that everything's on track and everything's happening. So women can be just as good at men at that. But very often women have that more emotional intelligence superior to men. And that means that women can be better at manipulating a situation. So, and you know, when I lived in India, I noticed that the woman actually look after the animals, by the way. If you go to a place, I don't know if it's still like that, but I was lucky that I was in India like, you know, a quarter of a century ago. And I was living there and I noticed that in places where there's no electricity, no roads, no cell phone towers, no TV network access, no electricity, no running water, no roads, just there's nothing there, right? There's like jeeps that you can get like part of the way out and then you climb over the Himalayas and you got to walk and climb anywhere you want to go. But when you go out there and you climb up into the Himalayas where there's just no access, right? If you want to get to a town, it's days of climbing, right? These people live there. And, you know, they live with the land. And so I don't know whether I believe the narrative we've been sold about our past, because having been in that situation where I've seen it with my own eyes, it makes me think, well, I think that the woman would have done a lot of work like the men did work. However, the men would be better at doing certain tasks because they have more physical strength. So when it comes to plowing the land, there would be no point in a woman handling a plow with a bull, right? When a man's much stronger, it's much easier for him to do that work physically, right? It just makes more sense. But going out in the cold, for example, and going into the woods to collect firewood and leaving the farm in the cold time, ironically, the woman would do that more than the men. Why? Because the women actually have a better capacity to survive in the cold than men. So women are physically stronger when it comes to surviving temperatures than men are. And so men would suffer cold worse than women would, for example. The men don't like to acknowledge that they're weaker in this way. But the man being physically stronger means that when it comes to the heavy lifting, that's the man's job naturally because, well, he's better equipped to do it. Why would he expect a woman to struggle with the work? Why would a woman expect a man to, if she's not going to get that cold, why would she expect the man to suffer more cold than what she will suffer? In the same way that the man wouldn't expect the woman to lift the heavy thing that's easier for him to lift. And I think like the shape of the brain and the emotional intelligence means a woman are better at manipulating symbols. They're better at crafting concepts that are related to an emotional content. And so if a woman wants a man to do something, she's more likely to be able to get the man to do it than the man's able to get the woman to do what he wants her to do. And any man that's been in a relationship ever will have noticed and seen through all the other friends and other relationships that this is very often the case, right? So if the woman doesn't feel like going out to do work in the fields, if she can get away with a man doing it, she would, maybe, if she wanted to, more likely be able to do it. Like she would have the capacity because she could sculpt the story of like, yeah, well, you're not going to give birth to the baby, or like, you know, I've got that to do, so why shouldn't you do this? Or who knows, how that works. But I do think it's like quite interesting when we look at the sexes and this dynamic. And I wanted to bring up one other thing with regards to this, right? There's been this sexism, right? Which I find like very strange. And I'm really see what you guys think of this, right? Both Zerilat, in fact, all three of you guys, because you guys are all going to be affected by this, right? And you just to outline it quickly, I take it that that you all know that there's a new law being passed. It's been passed, sorry, in the Zerilat Cosmic, that it's going to be a $250,000 fine or 5 years in jail if you don't submit yourself for the draft. And they say 18 to 25 will be automatically registered, right? But the maximum recruitment level has just been raised to 42. So you guys are not off the hook. Well, not completely. Indy is getting close to the hook. So what do you think about this? So basically, there's nothing sexist about that, is there? Men are being recruited to the military, right? What are the positions in the military? The military needs cooks. Oh, women can't do the cooks. Now they can't do the cooking. What about the laundry? Women can't do the laundry. What about the cleaning? Women can't do the cleaning in the military. What about the engineering? Well, women can't do the engineering, can they? What about the organizing of money? What about the financials? What about the logistics? What about in intelligence departments, right? What about managing and controlling drones? What about, like, how sexist is that? And how is that total sexism being allowed, especially since we live in a day and age where it's no longer you're carrying a sword and armor and you've got to be physically strong, right? We're living in a world where you just got to be able to manipulate your finger to pull a trigger, right? Or you're going to be able to look on a screen and align dots. And
they want us to believe we live in that world, but that kind of weapon is not, like, if your intention is occupation force, you need personnel, you need human bodies right there, because a robot in 2026 is going to have its breakdown times. It's going to have its signal interference times. It doesn't take much tech, to take one out. You can't just have a RoboCop thing, a Terminator, patrolling the streets, being remotely controlled by a guy in a pod down in Washington, or on a nearby military base permanent installation. No, this is like they don't need to recruit you for logistics. Logistics is the back line of the military. You're the furthest. You're a pencil pusher. You're a mechanic. Most of you guys are not going to see one fucking bullet whiz past your fucking head, right? They want the front men guys who can handle the nerves of such a thing. It's not even about strength. It's about the nerves of such a thing. That environment, it's just like, you take away that level of comfort, it's very few women whom it is their prerogative to want to be over there. No man wants to be over there either, because no human being would want to be over there. But that work is equivalent to all the other dangerous kind of work a man has to do in peacetime.
But this is my point. How sexist is that? Extreme sexism. And I mean, the one good thing is they still got the law all wangly and confused about, if the men identify as women, then screw you. I don't identify as a man. Right. So there, sit on that.
That issue is not the issue anymore. The issue is now, like, you've got here in America, you've got two sides of different levels of visceral attitude they're trying to exploit, right now? Is it the secret plan to turn against Israel? Because you've got plenty of young men that would sign up for a police action on the state of Israel for all the trouble it caused in the process of the police action against the IRGC, right? And how about all the people on the flip of that, as things are right now, who are anti-IRGC, if we are still with against the IRGC? Now you got people that don't mind so damn much, right? You know, because they may agree with the enemy one way or the other, or agree with us about who the enemy is one way or the other. And then women will just find the consensus that they want to go with to be in whatever situation they would like to be in, that they think they belong in. And do women think they belong here? Are the women getting behind all the feminists that might be saying something about this? Where are they? Right? You know, now we're talking real. We're drafting again. Is this 1975? Right? And I told people for years, and I told people when they started taunting Barron Trump, I said, don't you fucking invoke the draft. And those numbers are fucking arbitrary. I just turned 46. Do I look like somebody they don't want in the front lines? Look at what I've done. Like, if I was still the man I was 6 years ago, then no, I'd have no fucking place there. Just give me another fucking Twinkie. And I didn't do this for that reason. If I did it for any reason, it's because if those motherfuckers think they're going to enlist me because they'll raise the age again. You think they're not going to raise the age again? Who the fuck is going to go? Like, we're only 6 years since the way our attitudes were as a race, as a nation. Like, that couldn't have possibly conceived that they would just turn the draft back on again. I bet a lot of fucking people didn't realize the draft was still on the books.
Yeah, you know, what I find amazing is that there's probably going to be in each state a lot of people that go to jail. And so you're probably going to have thousands of people that go to jail for this, men. And like you said, what woman would want to do this? But you don't see women being put in jail. And when I said about technology, I mean, even just walking around wearing body armor, which is lightweight these days, and a rifle with a sight, that's a woman can be just as effective at war as a man, Ricky. Yeah. In fact, here's the thing. Women have higher pain thresholds. Women have the ability to withstand more emotional onslaught than men. So in a traumatic situation, a woman is more likely to have the capacity to cope than a man can. Bringing up children is almost traumatic. A lot of men can lose their minds trying to bring up kids, where women can handle it. They can multitask. They can handle really stressful emotional things, which men think that they can, but they can't. So when a man goes to military, he comes back shell-shocked. It's almost guaranteed he's going to come back with some kind of a psychological problem. Women would probably come back and have less psychological problems than men because they would be more able to process the emotional content, to deal with the emotion, to understand it, to talk about their feelings, to get proper therapy and assistance, where the men are trying so hard to be masculine men. I don't talk about my feelings because it makes me weak. So those guys, they end up having the harm for a man going to war and the harm for a woman going to war, you could argue would be less for women. They're actually better equipped for it than men. And having a better emotional intelligence, I think, also would make their instincts better than many men's. Women tend to have faster reflexes than men. Their brains tend to be able to work faster, right? This is something that men don't always acknowledge, right? A woman can look at a situation and sum it up quite quickly. Men tend to go logically, step by step through it. Women are also very often better at pattern recognition, right? Because of this emotional intelligence. Looking at a place and seeing somebody hiding in the bushes, I think a woman would be better equipped because of the shape of her brain, because of the way her brain's
She's gonna
shaped.
be a
So
better-
it's
she's
just
gonna
very
be a
strange
better
that
order
that the men are being victimized and the women are being excluded. Don't you think?
Yeah. Well, she's also going to be a better order follower. Things are going to be more orderly under her. So whoever's giving her the orders is going to be very responsible for how things turn out when she does things in proper accord to as she was instructed, understanding what is within duty and what and how things may be understood by her peers, because of the way like women have a thing where they can, depending on what level of consciousness they're on, they're going along with what the other girls are doing and stuff. I watched a whole video about like how women ran things in various different prison and concentration camps in Germany. And it's just like, you know, like you can say all sorts of things about whatever was going on, but something bad was going on with people there towards the end of the war, at the very fucking least. Not saying it was a Holocaust, I'm just saying abuse. Just saying abuses, it's war, right? Blown out of proportion to demonize a people that went nuts for a temporary period of time. You know, they went along with whatever means they were allowed to achieve certain orders of getting prisoners to cooperate with what they were going through. And the reports of the savagery, the inhumanity of how they would treat people in accomplishing these ends is psychopathic horrifying. And evil's a real thing. It comes from somewhere. So yeah, there's different ways in which a woman is capable of evil and different ways in which a man is capable of evil. And institutions are evil attracting parasites.
I'm into that. I would say that's definitely the gospel. You know, this institution. I think the word institution sort of speaks for itself, right? In stitch, right? Like they're stitching you in. They're stitching you into something. You're being stitched, right? Into a fabric. And it means you're losing your free will, right? And if you're losing your free will, well, that is like, it's the one thing that we have that makes us who we are, because that free will is the ability to express self-expression of who we are. Take the free will away, you take away the self-expression, you take away the ability for someone to grow and become, you know, to become themselves.
Institution or instance to shun.
I think that works too. Works just
Good
as well. What was that, Cosmic?
Oh, I just said that was a
Stitch.
good one.
Ouch. In.
Yeah. Yeah, you know.
Ouch.
I think,
Ouch.
you know, I think as well, like we're living in a very strange age where women and men are being weaponized against each other. And maybe there's a reason why these, it just seems to me crazy though, that America still has this, this law. Like it's mind blowing, because America sold itself as being the land of the free. And now we realize like America is less free than everyone else. The men can be forced to go to war even if they don't want to. Where everywhere else, it's pretty much, there's no such thing as a draft. Draft doesn't exist in South Africa, not anymore. You know, it did when I was young. I was drafted, or every young male was drafted. But yeah, you know, I think as well when we're looking at the dream symbols and the way that the emotional intelligence operates within the sphere of dream symbols, right? And the way that these dream symbols are being manipulated in an occult fashion by the orders, these institutions. They are creating what I would say is a form of a telesmatic image. And I was mentioning this before. Telesmatic images are considered as beings created out of language. So a concept will be created as a being, and the being will be created in very, very particular defined fashions, right? The legs will be like this, the head will be like this, the hands will be like this, the arms will be like that. And you create in your imagination a telesmatic being. This is the Golden Dawn system that represents a name. So you would spell out a name, and based upon that name, the associations of that name, which are obviously fundamental, as we can see here. If we look, right, we see there, we're going into the chokmah, into the potential, manipulating the energetic potential of chokmah and using the field of correspondence so that the Ajna chakra can facilitate this process, right, of induction, and that this induction then becomes like a doorway into the reality, as it were. And so they would create these telesmatic images, and the correspondences between letters and shapes and ideas and forms would create a being. And so that's how we understand telesmatic in the context of modern writings. But if we go further back to 2,000 years ago or more, to ancient Greece, where they were using the telesmatic technology, we would realize that anything's a telesmatic image. Sacred geometry, a yantra, or is a form of a telesmatic image, as is a mandala is a form of a telesmatic image. But a telesmatic image doesn't have to have a physical eye thing. A set of sounds could be telesmatic, right? A conceptual structure, a thought form could be a telesmatic. And so they're creating these beings on the astral plane, which are like conceptual emotional states. Like, for example, this feeling that men should be out there at war, right? And that woman should be not having to go to war, right? Even though it's a sexist idea, like where we should be stopping and going like, well, why? Why should this be the case? Why should men even be going to war? Why should it not be a choice, right? Why should it not be a draw, if that makes sense? And I think as well that that there's a lot of different elements of society we got to look at in the way that this inequality of the sexes is being weaponized. It's making men resent women on an unconscious level, I think. And this unconscious resentment is being created as a telesmatic field of image on the astral plane, to then be structured by conceptual ideas on the etheric plane, to be then manifested as laws and actualizations on the physical plane. And so the ideas that people just accept it and go, well, yeah, of course, it's just men are going to be called up for the draft to go to the military and fight in a war. It's like, that comes from a time when the swords were too heavy for the woman to pick them up, and the armor to wear was too heavy for the woman to wear, right? That comes from those days.
What if they implement like women that identify as a he to be able to be drafted, though?
This is what I'm saying. But then obviously men that identify as women don't get drafted. So all men can just on paper identify as women from this day forth, and that's the end of the draft.
People could just try to identify as something to get out of it, which would be kind of a shortcut and cheapskate move. But I mean, a lot of men have become not machismo anymore. It's like a lost thing. So many men have had their endocrine systems compromised that they say flab is the new fab and scrawny is the new brawny, and that women don't like a macho man no more. So men are kind of drawn away from being tough and rugged. But that's in the younger generation, of course.
Well, that's a trick. That's a trick, though, right? It's just like they put that out there, and then like women who tend to like be way more into kind of doing what people are doing, if they believe the optics that, everybody is totally not into these men and totally into these men, right? This is why the action hero was destroyed in the 1990s, right? In the 1980s, you had all the established muscle men action heroes. You had your Stallone, Schwarzenegger were the absolute kings of explosion movies, and you had like your Jean-Claude Van Damme's and all the guys that were doing really cool stuff as well. And they were really built. They were all alpha males. They all had honor, character, integrity, much more inspiring characters than bitch ass Jesus, right? You know, some hero he is hanging on his cross, not saving Israel and all, and or the Roman Empire for that matter. You know, what a useless frickin' Messiah. But anyway, then in the 90s, they started, things were getting a lot more nerdier in people interested in all that kind of stuff, right? You know, bodybuilders weren't getting super hyped for the next dark fantasy movie by like the early 90s or whatever. So things started flipping up. I mean, you had like the Hercules TV show kind of worked, you know, but that was also going into Fabio territory with Kevin Sorbo more so than the brutality of the Conan universe. And of course you had Xena. Feminism, third wave feminism was in full Hillary Clinton tilt with the Lilith Fair and all that stuff, building this inception of this feminization of men. It became the answer in the New Age movement of men getting rid of their masculine as equivalent to this corrupted ego, and you'll become this new man and see this soft boy over here. This is right. This is how they sold Jesus in the Roman Empire. See this soft boy. This is the answer right here, right? Because all the Romans were getting into Judaism, and they all wanted to be Jews, and somebody decided to exploit that and say, we'll build a Judaism for you. All right. And so that's how that happened. Hey, what's up, Shinobi? And so where was my point about Jesus going?
I'm not quite sure, but
these tangents, the big thing in my head. Keep it together.
I want to welcome Shinobi to the table. Welcome, dear brother. For those of you that don't know Shinobi, he's also he's in his own field. He's writing a book. It's a cool graphic novel. Well, a novelty of a graphic novel, which is a sci-fi, non-fiction, fiction book. Pretty cool idea. Exploration of imagination. He's also a podcaster, and he's a father and a family man and a partner, and he's got this passion with words and language, and deeply diving to decode the nature of this world and everything else, like the rest of us, going into the deep occult and the mysticism. Welcome, dear brother. It's an honor to have you. Thank you for joining our space.
Thanks for the introduction, Franklin. What's up, guys? Hey, everyone in the chat. I've just uploaded a couple of tracks to my YouTube channel as well, if anyone wants to go check them out. I've got one of the ones I uploaded was about 10 years old. I've got so many tracks which I've produced over the years, like the last 15 years, and they're all like pretty much unfinished. So I thought I just upload a couple. And I'm going to upload more over the coming week as well, because otherwise they're just going to be sitting on my hard drive, you know, not doing anything. So yeah, go check them out. Earlier you guys were talking about like soldiers and stuff, and then playing with the etymology of like institutions as well. Well, the word soldier is soul dyer, like it literally changes your soul. It's that kind of military, like uniform, like that kind of uniform mentality, which goes well beyond the military. For like, we've been in a war for a very long time, which is a war for our minds. It's a war in our psyche. And our souls have been dyed and changed, by this programming and stuff without us really realizing it. Many people have fallen into line, and they might not be fighting on the front lines, shooting people and stuff. But to be honest with you, when people are oblivious, or when people have cognitive dissonance, or when people are just like following the program, they're soldiers too. We need to remember that the soldiers aren't just on the front lines, boots on the ground. There are many soldiers in the world, doing the dirty work, buying from corporations, like doing this, doing that, keeping the machine running, basically. So yeah, soldiers is like soul dyer. And also institutions sounds to me like instant chew ion. Like what institutions do is they chew on our ions. It's like that, this vampiric system. It drains us, these institutions.
And also, military can be seen at My Light Awry, as is shown on the What on Earth is Happening show with Mark Passio, which I think Sherlock might be familiar with. Military is My Light Awry. You lose the inner light. I'm willing to kill people for service, even though it goes against what your heart really feels is right. And it's traumatizing. It leads to PTSD, nightmares for the rest of your life. If you ever have to kill a woman or a child, a lot of soldiers and veterans are destroyed by that. They'll never forgive themselves.
Just killing anyone, really, I think is enough, just having to kill. And just to add to the word soldier, sold ire. Ire is anger and frustration and violence. And sold, we're being sold. Our violence is being sold. Sorry, Indy. I didn't mean. I didn't want to drop that word.
Ire like that is close enough to Eru, like Ireland, right? So or are you just of the soul of Ireland, which may be the soul of a warrior?
Well, that is true. I mean, because like I'm Irish and I come from a line of prize fighters, so like go figure. Like most of the men in my family have fought for money. Like, what does it tell you? It's like, what do you do for a living? Well, we fight. It's a typical Irish thing, isn't it? Like amongst travelers, to be quite like fighting oriented. In fact, my dad said his mother was a lethal boxer. The woman in Ireland learned to box, right? And like she said that if his dad misbehaved, his mother would beat the crap out of him, and she was a dangerous boxer. So because his father might get drunk, right, and come home drunk, having been like with another woman or something, and then he would face his little Irish wife, and he was Welsh, and you know what the Welshmen are like with their sheep, right? And he might have been so drunk that he mistook another lady for his sheep, and so got home to his Irish wife, who could smell the perfume on him, and she would give him a hiding. But there's something in that, the ire, and I think it's got to do with ancient Egypt as well, and the Iri, and when we're talking about Rastafarianism, Iri, right? What is that? And that's going right back down to roots of language. So I wanted to pull something up, and I wanted to just put one thing on the line here. It's got to do with an image, but I haven't been able to find the image that I was looking for specifically. But I suppose this will have to do. This will have to do in terms of, I'll just have to go with a wheel. But in terms of like form, and in terms of space, and in terms of like the structure of which things are, right? I figured, this is a nice one to use. At least it's a pretty image. And I think using a pretty image makes a big difference. So let me just put that up there so you guys can see it. So like to do with intelligence and to do with the different aspects, right? And I'm going to relate this to the Enneagram, just so you guys can get an idea of what I'm talking about, right? So here we have a wheel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yes, 12 spokes. This is a clock, right? And here we have the perfect symbolic union of masculine and feminine, right? We have an origin at the center, which is your you got to imagine that you're looking down a tree from the apex of the tree down to the root of the tree, and that it's spreading outwards, right, towards from the epicenter, but it's also contracting inwards from the outside towards the center. So it's a toric field, but it's expressed as an idea as a two-dimensional form. And the notion of movement and change is what connects the origin to the surface of the wheel, because there's a spoke that has to create a polarity between the origin and the circumference, if you will. So when we're thinking of like mental energy, and we're thinking of feminine energy, and we're thinking of masculine energy, now we're talking about emotional intelligence. And like if we look at like just the basic of what the story is about, the esoteric language of dream symbols. So when we're talking about the dream symbols, we're talking about the unconscious communication and how these archetypes act through the system, and the emotional intelligence that binds the system, and the rational actions within that bound system that we experience as thoughts. So if we think of thoughts and thinking and rational thoughts as something that moves from the origin to the outside, touching the circumference, and it has a rational movement, right? And then we think of the feminine as being that circumference, right, which encapsulates everything in the same way that a vagina encapsulates a man's manhood. The man's manhood moves past the front door into her center, connecting the circumference of her body, the outside of her body, to the inside of her body, using his wand. And so you could think of those little things running down the center there as wands, right? And it's just a great way to conceptualize and to sort of imagine the polarities and the energies. And now if we look at an enneagram, right, and we see the enneagram here, and we get a look at like what we're seeing here, the lines of the enneagram are the relationships between the different forms, right? That's quite important for us to grasp. So these lines are not the lines we're talking about, but each numeration on the enneagram is extending from the origin. I hope that makes sense. So from the origin extends 1, from the origin extends 2, from the origin extends 3. And so there's no line representing this, because the number itself is the representation of that line, if that makes sense. And the number represents that finite relationship of structure that is represented by the center being bound to the outside. This is why it's so important that a real enneagram has a relationship with the center, right? This is so important. If you don't understand this basic occult cosmology, then one might like go into the idea and start thinking like crazy thoughts, right? And the crazy kind of thoughts that people would think then would be, for example, let me give you an example of what kind of insanity would be going through people's minds, right? If one doesn't appreciate that basic reality, then one might go around calling, looking at this, for example, and trying to call this an enneagram, right? So if you call this an enneagram, then you're creating a psychological dissonance. The psychological dissonance being created with this, I don't know if you can see this, but can you see 5 has no relation to the origin? It's cut off from the origin. 4 is cut off from the origin. So you can see these numerations are all cut off from the origin by the relationships of the other numbers, which in itself just doesn't make sense. The origin has got to be fundamentally a part of the structure. And so this is what differentiates a 9-sided geometric structure from an actual enneagram. As you can see, in the enneagram is directly related to the central structure. And the central structure is representing the emanations of forces between the enneagrams. And there is a series of polarizing forces that are manifesting balance. And that balance means they balance each other out, right? If the forces are not balancing each other out, then they're going to act as, vectors. But when two forces meet at a point and they balance each other out, they cancel out the vectorage that they're going to affect the structure with. This is why we call this structure. So anyway, these numerations are extensions of the center, which means that the feminine force is the surrounding force, is the force that holds everything together. It's the force that binds. It's the feminine energy, and that's the emotional intelligence. And so the emotional intelligence is like the glue. And if you want to consider the glue is so fundamental and so important because it is the fundamental sort of the womb of creation, if you will. And that womb of creation thus obviously represents the ability for you to think outside of the circle, right? And that thinking outside of the circle is called emotion, because we think of emotion as being something. Emotion is just a different grade of thought, but it's a grade of thought that's not linear. And because it's not linear, it's outside of the structured one line going from the center to that point. It's outside of it. It's carrying so much more information. It's a form of induction. You're inducting energy and information into your consciousness that you cannot rationalize because it's not rational. The word ration means that you can break it into its components and rationalize into little pieces and bite sizes. Emotion is irrational. It's just one huge substructure of information that's much greater in the amount of information that it carries than a rational thought could ever have, which is why the intuition tends to move through this medium more readily, because the intuition is able to carry vast amounts of information in a single radiance of consciousness. So just to draw the line here with what it is I'm trying to make a point is the sacred geometry that we can see, which is really the fundamental structure of the etheric plane, which is the structure of how these numerations come into being and how they place the limitations. And these limitations that I was talking about here are the fundamental limitations that we see that in the Kabbalah we speak of as Jabura, right? That represents the limitations of space that are producing the form as being distinct. Form within space is just a formed space, but within limitation you create forms, and the multiplicity of form can come out in terms of its multiplications and exponential scales of different forms, which then have to be bound in the harmony, and the harmony that binds these forms then needs to be cycling, and this recycling potential of this form recycling in and out of this web of form gives this structure a continuity that we can equate to the concept of eternity. And this is then super compressed into a structure, and that structure that it's super compressed into is this mobile movement of these forms, which we call time. And this then becomes the fundamental foundation of the space-time that we're existing in, that we then implode within this foundation all the other elements to recognize the compressed physical crystal body out of all of these different emanations. And we can see when we look here, we see the polarity. The principle of polarity is at the heart of this. If we look at the astral plane, it's the Anahata chakra. And the imagination is once again this fundamental key to how all of this happens, because the imagination is the vehicle through which it is materialized, and it is the product that is released when we transcend the limitations of mind. We then unbridle our imagination. So they are sort of hand in glove connected. And the imagination becomes the vehicle through which the memory can operate. Now, the memory, just to get to the point of what I was trying to make here, the memory is really what it is that I was sort of pointing at when I was talking about this particular image here, which is here. And the outside of the circle, that is the memory, right? That is the water. The water's on the outside, the water's above, and the water's below. Because below these waters, there is more water. And at the center of the origin, you are on the outside of the circle, because that's how a toric field works, right? You go deep enough into the origin, you end up on the outside. You go far enough into the outside, you end up in the origin. That's the nature of a toric field, which is what we're really talking about, even though it's represented in a two-dimensional image. So this is like a very interesting a way of conceptualizing in an image the principles of yang and yin as they act towards and from each other to produce the structure that we're experiencing. And within the human consciousness, this is how we are able to perceive astrally and perceive our emotions and perceive these feelings. And in this sphere, we can get like intuitive messages, and we are able to sublimate. We're able to travel deep into the unconscious. And this is obviously the powers of the moon. This is obviously the lunar potential to go deep into the unconscious and to delve into those deep emotional confines, which are the fundamental substrate of our being. And this is where intuitive learning is discovered. And intuitive learning is the ability to learn through the inner. That's why it's tuition, but it's tuition that comes from the inside. It's not constructive tuition. It's restructive, I think, is maybe a better word, because it's like sort of based on the memory. And so we're remembering what's inside us, and that becomes an engine of tuition from the inside, intuition. And the vehicle through which this intuition is moving is the emotional intelligence. And so we can see that this fundamental structure of intelligence is really moving cognition. And without this fundamental glue, we wouldn't have the turning of we wouldn't have a wheel to turn. And so this is sort of like the proverbial mother of spiritual experience and spiritual perception. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are you guys following me?
I've been thinking about this idea lately of like that perhaps there's no difference, really ontologically speaking, between a dream and a story. Because think about what a story essentially is you're coming up with a world of events, characters, places inside the confines of your mind. And then when you sort of like have it organized, you then take that dream, write it on a piece of paper, but you're kind of in a lucid state where you're organizing the content. So it's like a lucid dream that you're sort of like directing and putting on paper. And I think that's important, because I think when it comes to magic and occultism, and I kind of look at sort of people who are new to magic and getting into, doing stuff like channeling, astral work, et cetera, I think one of the barriers to entry is that a lot of people are waiting for like a kind of like a mystical dream to happen, to like, oh, I haven't met an entity because I haven't had a dream about it, right? And I think what a lot of people don't really recognize is that the imagination, when you daydream and you visualize stuff in your mind, I think a lot of people, I think people here probably realize this in this round table and the people watching, but for the other people out there, they don't realize that that's the same, that the dream world and our imaginal world are essentially the same space. And we like to make this distinction of like, daydreams and, regular dreams, but they really are the same. And I think that the reason behind that is because how we're trained to think and how we're trained to perceive. In the waking world, we're sort of trained from a psychological perspective from like a Western kind of materialist sort of psychological profile to essentially self-identify with all of the contents in your mind. So if you have some sort of voice, it's you. If you have some sort of conversation with a god, that god is actually you, et cetera, rather than, having this sort of idea where, your mind is opened up to a larger space essentially. And so I think the point is that when you sort of stop thinking from that particular framework of this is all in my imagination, I'm creating this, and just sort of let your mind and imagination just sort of sit and just sort of waft and kind of ferment, you start to realize it's kind of happens on its own. Because when I, work with the Fae, like, and I kind of visit the worlds and, I don't have to like, go to the dream world in the sense that I physically, fall asleep. It's obviously usually involves some level of cannabis or some sort of other psychedelic. But the point is that, all that the cannabis really does is it allows a kind of a level of randomness and spontaneity to my imagination, where it can kind of like, it almost become fertilized, and like sort of organisms and creatures can kind of spontaneously grow that seem to come sort of outside of like my volition. And I think that people need to like recognize that, something as daydreaming is a real and genuine connection to the astral plane. It really, in a lot of ways it is. But we're trained to think, no, this is just my imagination. This isn't the real astral plane. And I think a lot of people who get into magic are like, they get blindsided by this, and they don't really know how to deal with it. And then once they kind of like, and it kind of tripped me up for a while when I first got into it. But once you kind of realize that, like, you get this like daydream, like is a legitimate connection to the astral plane, as long as you sort of recognize and sort of disidentify with the sort of machine, and you can kind of, access that astral plane while still in a waking state. It's like, oh my God, it's like I discovered a magical cheat code here, and I can do all sorts of stuff that normally you would need a lot of work for, but you can get to a lot quicker because you're getting away from all the sort of the psychological barriers that kind of prevented you from getting to that understanding in the first place, because, you were waiting for yourself to kind of go into that literal physical astral projection where, you basically, take your, you lay down, and then you literally feel yourself get paralyzed and go through sleep paralysis and go fully out of your body. That's like a full out of body experience. But if you really think about it, like, think of the last like book you've read, or like a fantasy novel, or some kind of like novel that made you visualize some kind of fantastic place. When you're in that state, when you're looking at the words on the page, and you're using your mind's eye to visualize the location and the characters and the scene that's happening, I think that is actually a mild form of astral projection that you are doing, but it's kind of like a peripheral astral projection, in the sense that your main conscious body still exists in this physical space, but there's this kind of like, in my system, which we call a sort of a key node, or a Zith node. So the idea is like your consciousness has 4 nodes, and like your main node is kind of like the world you see with your 5 senses, and that the one that you use with your imagination and visualization is an additional node that exists outside of that. It's like an additional sort of space. So when you read a book and you visualize something, you're actually engaging in a kind of sort of peripheral, maybe not full on astral projection, but like a kind of etheric sort of astral projection is happening, in the sense that you are projecting your mind into a specific space in the dream world.
It's just remote viewing. It's remote viewing.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's remote viewing. It probably has other names. Astral projection is definitely not what remote viewing is, because you stay embodied, but there's a projection of your senses via your first eye into the space, right? Like when I was when I was reading things like the Jewish War, between things I already know, how my intuition picks up on things, how I'm picking up on the way Josephus is writing, and everything else that my core intelligence brings to me that matters. I can put myself in his version that according to my version of what he didn't know that is real, and put myself in there and see it as accurately as he saw it and as accurately as my informed field can make it.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's an important context that you're bringing up here, because I think when people hear the term remote viewing, they usually think of like trying to locate a physical object in real space. But what you're talking about here is like using remote view to remote view into the dream realm, or remote view into alternate realities. So it kind of broadens the understanding of what remote viewing is and what you can do with it.
Right. Exactly. Because it's these are like the fundamental tools to a broader psionic science. Also, I'm going to get going in a minute, but I did want to throw a question out there if Bush can answer it before I bounce, because he was talking about the issue with the Enneagram. It's as what we call the wheel, right? Enneagram means just a 9-pointed figure, right? So like it's the name for the form, and the thing that Gurdjieff is using is a 9-pointed figure, but it's not a star. It's more of a blossom, right? So you have this 9-pointed blossoming figure versus this 9-pointed radiating figure. So there would need to be a distinction between these two kinds of enneagrams, because I guess you could say the star enneagram versus the flower enneagram would be a pretty simple way to put it. What would you say, Bush, about how you would call your enneagram?
I would be simple. I would look at a pentagram. I would look at an octagram. I would look at a septagram. I would look at a dodecagram. I would look at any of those agrams symbols, and they all imply rotation. Each and everything, single geometric shape that has the word gram attached to it represents rotation.
All right.
In the Vedic sciences, it's related to chakra. So if the thing cannot rotate, it's not an agram. So Gurdjieff's thing is a structure. It doesn't rotate, because if you turn it, it's lost its continuity.
Okay. Yeah.
So it should have a sense of equilibrium, that whichever way you turn it, it's still the same.
Right.
And so it's a representation of sacred geometry. That is what that thing is. Actually, it's two different things. It's a triangle, right?
Yeah.
So the way I would look at that is I would call it an adaptive triangle. Because the actual geometric figure in the center, which can rotate, is a triangle.
Yeah. Well, they put the trapezoid. There's, it makes a trapezoid figure in it as well, with the way it angles out because there's the square that occurs kind of in the center and kind of squares the triangle, if you will, the way that it forms up. Right. And then the way the other angles blossom out in this blossom kind of way, maybe we call it a death blossom, because we could be morbid and troll on it. Right. But that's a trapezoid pattern. Trapezoid pattern is very Setian in its in most of its principles. And, within what have been understood occultism in Gurdjieff's time. But I think a good distinctive word for that ought to be found to restore the Enneagram to where it belongs. I'm going to get going. I got things to do. All right.
Big love to you, brother.
Take
Take
care,
it
guys.
easy. Travel
Bye.
well, man. Have
Yeah,
a
yeah.
great day.
See you later.
Thank you for joining us. It's an honor having you, Om Shanti.
Always.
Yeah. You know, interesting point he brings up here, and just to bring back the distinction of this particular shape that he's this shape. You see, what this thing is doing is it's and I think this is important to recognize, is it's showing a particular set of relationships. That's what it's doing. It's showing the relationship between 2 and 4 and 4 and 1, but it's denying the relationship between 4 and 8, which in itself is interesting. So it's selectively showing certain relationships and selectively filtering out certain relationships, and in the process of that selection, this is what we end up with. This is what is fundamentally sort of shifting, and so it's sort of like it's got elements of it in it. The only thing that seems to me, like when I look at this image, I've always felt uncomfortable with it, to be honest with you. Well, when I first saw this image, like, yeah, I don't know when it was. I was a kid. I looked at it and I recoiled from it. I was like, ugh. And then I read up a little bit about it and I read into it and I was like, they don't even have their numbers right. Bloody hell! Like, who figured this numerology out? And I was like, I can't work with something that's corrupt. If it's like one small imperfection, I don't want to even touch it. If it's not succinctly lining up with all the other occult schools of fields of knowledge, then as far as I'm concerned, it's defunct. If there's a universal truth, it will be reflected in all schools of thought. And any school of thought that doesn't hold that universal reflection has got to be defunct, right? Because if the sky is up and the earth is if the sky is above me and the earth's below me, any philosophy that suggests that the sky is not above me has got to be a defunct philosophy, because the sky is above me. If that makes sense, it's a universal relationship between the ground and the sky. But there are some interesting things that are here. What bugs me about the system is all the lies. They say that this is an ancient enneagram. This is what the enneagram system says to you. That this is not. This is invented in the 1920s. This particular geometry never existed. They say that this enneagram system comes from ancient Greece. It does not. It's got nothing to do with ancient Greece. They say that this is the ancient enneagram system of the Chaldeans. It's not. It's not even the same geometry. It's not even the same implements of what the numbers represent. So what they've done is they've told us that this is an ancient thing, which it isn't, and they've recreated it. They don't say to you, okay, so this is an enneagram that was created in 1920 by a man called Gurdjieff, and a group of psychologists in the 50s and the 60s came up with this idea because a young guy had read in books about some Chaldean stuff and he decided that he could apply that to psychology. And so they don't tell you that. They tell you this is an ancient system, right? Which it isn't. And I'm really particular about truth and non-truth. Like for me, not, if there's a half truth, it really gets under my skin. I prefer things just being like what they are, if that makes sense. Like if I go to a shop and they tell me this thing is great, it's going to last for this long, it's like this, you're going to get a deal, it's like such a cheap price, I'd be like offended. I'd rather go there and then say, listen, it's a shit product. It's probably only going to last like 3 months, but it's cheap. Then I'd be like, okay. Now we're on the same page. You are telling me the truth. It is cheap. So if I'm looking for something cheap just to get me through 3 months, this is the thing. Thank you. Now I know what I'm buying. But when I go to a shop and they tell me that this thing is like the world and it's this and it's that, and then turns out it's just cheap and it's crap and it breaks, I feel robbed. And it's the same for me philosophically. When somebody says to me something has got like, this is fundamental, this is ancient. There have been many people working with this system for thousands of years. And then you look at it and it's some modern system. Got nothing to do with what you're saying, why you lie. And so that for me has always been a bug when it comes to a lot of this story with relation to this personally. It's probably why I personally don't like it. And that geometry it gives me the heebie-jeebies inside my energy body. My energy body does not like that structure. It lacks the continuity. It can't turn. If it can't turn, it can't spin. If it can't spin, it can't reflect vibration. It can't become the expression of a toric field, because I know that the universe is spinning and that everything is spinning and that everything's like a toric field that's coming out of itself like a spiral. And this is why when you look at every ancient form of cosmology, a spiral is at the heart of it, right? Every system speaks about light and spirals. And so if it doesn't reflect that, then I'm like, well, then it's dead. And it's just like all the other sciences that they've taught us in school, right? The physics in a void. What? No, you've got to be in a vacuum for the physics to work. Like, what kind of madness? Where's the vacuum? Or there isn't one. Oh, but we've got to imagine that we're in a vacuum so that the physics we've told you can work. Oh, right. But so this physics works in a vacuum, right? But it doesn't work not in a vacuum. Exactly. You have to do the math in a vacuum. Are we in a vacuum now? Well, we're not actually in a vacuum, but we have to imagine that we're in a vacuum for the physics to work. To me, that sounds like bullshit. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like,
I think Tamru had a comment earlier about the relationship between color, and I kind of wanted to talk about it because the way I've been thinking about color is like you think about it like sort of like a matrix. So, for example, like think about the color green, and you think about like what images or objects or concepts do you associate with the color green? You think maybe like, so if I'm thinking right now like trees, grass, maybe like Venus, maybe insects, and your mind can just kind of go on and on. But then you start to realize you look at the color green as like a portal. And so the way I think of colors as portal is it's a matrix of potentiality. So right now, those thoughts that came associative out of your head from thinking about that color are like entities and beings, you know, entering from a portal into your realm, essentially by kind of like association. So that's kind of how realms are kind of associated. So think about how, you know, the color green, think about it has the matrix of like all possible green objects and concepts sort of existing in a kind of like an infinite sort of singularity, right? And so that if you think about it, then the rest of our universe or Zarfex is also sort of structured like that. And we're kind of like beings that are kind of in the middle of that crystalline fractal matrix, kind of like, you know, basically taking these like this fractal geometric space and taking a jackhammer to it and sort of carving out our own little like apartment space and mall complexes and stuff like that, metaphorically speaking. So, but yeah, like, you know, the idea that color in a lot of ways is basically, like I was talking about earlier, being a way of understanding concepts beyond a quantifiable way. Like we're talking about before, how earlier in the talk about how nonlinear time is best understood qualitatively, you know, via color, as opposed to quantitatively, you know, via numbers. And so realities and existences are also thought to have this kind of non-quantitative sort of component at the core of that. And that sort of non-quantitative, sort of non-quantifiable, I can't call it a singularity because that defies the concept of it being non-quantifiable. But I see this, man, it's hard to talk about this stuff, the stuff this Faye talk about. It's like, it's hard, but the idea is that non-quantifiable creates a potentiality for an infinite number of infinities, right? So we think of like, there's like infinity, but then there's an infinite number of infinities. And so in Zarfaxology, the idea is there's like different thresholds of infinity that like, so it's like you have, you know, you have one infinity, and then you take an infinite numbers of infinities. So basically one infinity be one Zarfax, right? And then you take an infinite number of Zarfaxes, which then create a Zarfex, right? And then you create an infinite number of Zarfexes, which then culminate in a Zorfex. So it's different scaling levels of infinity on top of each other. I kind of like feel like I kind of lost track of where I was going on with this, but I guess at that point, when you start to get those higher and higher levels of infinity, the idea of using quantitative means to understand those higher levels becomes more and more difficult relatively farther you go up. And then qualitative means of understanding then become more applicable to understanding those higher sort of Zarfex levels of existence, which they basically come from. So color can be thought of in that having that magical quality, you know, in that sense. So our realm is based in a black Zarfex. So, and that blackness basically creates a kind of a void in perception, a kind of a lack of perception, right? Which is kind of like a saturation of being and a lack of awareness. And that blackness of that world, that black scene, actually, from what the Fae describe, is why we have solid matter. So the idea of solid matter and sort of physical space and things being hard and objective and concrete is actually correlated with the color black and the blackness of space, and that these things have an effect on consciousness. So basically, blackness essentially solidifies consciousness, freezing it up and turning it into matter. So that's kind of an important way. So in a lot of ways, color does have that sort of subjective quality, but it also takes on a more like weirdly kind of meta mathematical, I guess that's the term I would have to use, is a meta mathematical understanding of existence. Meta being sort of beyond mathematic, but not necessarily metaphysical. Meta mathematical. That's an interesting word. I love it when I just come up with ideas on the round table like this.
You know, that's really interesting because it taps in directly to what I was saying earlier about the astral plane having much more information condensed into a thing than the etheric. And that represents the qualities, right? The tone, the color, the texture, the smell, the taste. And remember what I was talking about earlier with the woman's brain? In general, on average, women's brains are better at coping with this kind of information than men's brains, which is why I think women have often had more ESP than men in the past, right? Because they're able to expand their consciousness out beyond the physical form more easily, usually, unless a man is in tune with his feminine side, then he can activate that. But this is why the women need to initiate the men. This is why the high priestess is a woman initiating the man, because the man is number oriented every day and the woman is color oriented. Me, I'm a particular feminine man. So even as a child, if it was coming to art, I would prefer to paint and just smear colors and play with color. I love the concept of colors, how they fit. Yeah. I can pick up a lot from information. Some people, if somebody wears a certain group of colors, a woman will know what you're feeling. A man will be like, oh, it's funny colors, mate. You know, like often. But the woman will be like, okay, you're wearing that color. You must be feeling this today, you know? And so there's a lot of information. And I agree with you totally. I think someone was going to say something.
Yeah, in response to your question earlier, I feel the same way about these new systems that feel the need to re-amalgamate things in like the wrong way and make these shapes compromised where they don't have that spinning aspect. And one of those for me was the Crowleyan symbol, which was like basically kind of like the Star of David, but it has a heart in there, which at first glance it's like, oh, there's a heart. This is like a better spin on it, kind of. But then to me, I'm like, but wait, no, something's wrong here. This doesn't really work out. This is a break from traditional understanding and it's not integrated with other things. So he's in a lot of ways, he's rebranding the old ways into like a kind of broken way to me. And the real kicker for me was when he moved around the tarot cards into like different places with the numbers. And I'm like, all right, well, like if you're going to do this, like have a better reason why you're going to need to do this. And I feel like it was really no basis for these strange changes that they've done to like recondition our understanding of the traditional tarot and sacred geometry in such ways. And to me, this is like kind of a break from the consistency of the truth, the intuitive truth. and it breaks away into things where it creates a divide and conquer strategy through like a psyop, where people are like, no, like this is like the new way, and people are like, no, but like everything else before this was always consistent and the same, and this is like the true way. And then they're like at a battle with each other, which I feel like the epitome is happening right now between the new age movement and everything else. You know what I mean? Because to me, the whole starseed thing, like we're aliens having a human experience under the star commander, waiting for the mothership. We're going to sit on the couch, wait for it to be saved. And it's just kind of weird. And plus, this whole thing with the Krallian symbol you just showed, there's like an X right through the middle, which actually, if you were able to maintain the two lines above and below that go horizontally across, that would still be the Star of David, but it would then integrate more into it. Basically, this is a sacred symbol when you have the two triangles that are complete, instead of this Star Trekian kind of like strange symbol that it becomes, like kind of like a wolf head or something. But if you leave the two horizontal lines in there, it actually creates a 6-sided Star of David plus 2 5-pointed blazing stars within it. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen this before, but when I dyed my Easter eggs, I put this shape on one of the eggs when it had the 2 horizontal lines, because it shows what basically is being seen as the Holy Grail, or the chalice, which represents the womb, is represented by the X symbol in the middle is made from the chalice. But then it has the 2 blazing stars. And so it's pretty amazing how you can actually come up with with 2 5-pointed stars from a 6-pointed star. And that kind of blew my mind when I saw that. But this, however, to me is like, no, like the X is like, no, this is missing vital information. There's something here that's like, yes, this is cool, but at the same time, it's too spiky and pointy. It makes me think thorns. And so it's just like, it's just danger to me. You know what I mean? What about you guys? How do you feel about this symbol?
Yeah, I agree. It's very spiky. And with the other Enneagram, the Chaldean Enneagram, Franklin, the kind of split between the 4 and the 5, or the thinking and feeling side, not that one, the other one, you know, where it's got where it's not all connected. There's a divide between the 4 and the 5. So the 4 is the feeling, and 5 is the thinking. Yeah. So that's just kind of symbolic of the divide between the heart and mind, the thinking and the feeling, the masculine and the feminine. And symbols like this really do matter. It's like how we're told blue is for boys and pink is for girls, when blue is a more feminine color because it relates to water and the emotional body, and the pink is watered down red, which is fire, which is action, like masculine. And things like this really do matter. They affect our psyche on a level that people can't comprehend, because you'll say to people, oh, this is really how it should be, and they're like, why does it matter? It's just a symbol, it's just a color. But the thing is, with these symbols, they emit frequencies, and they emit frequencies that that it ripples out into reality, into people's psyche. And I certainly believe that little things like pink for girls, blue for boys, and that other Enneagram are responsible for the divide in humanity, the kind of severing of the thinking and the feeling, you know, of which should be a union. We should be able to both think and feel, whereas most people just either are in tune with their mind or too in tune with their heart. They're not kind of unified. Yeah, exactly, Howard. Weaponized polarity.
I agree with you what you're saying about the other symbol as well, by the way, the spiky. It lacks continuity, doesn't it?
I think it's like 2 kids or faxes.
Well,
it's like 2 lovers, but they're like in BDSM gear, and they're like really spiky and hard, like that kind of love making, you know.
So this Enneagram that you're showing now did serve me for a time, because all I did is use the 3, 6, and 9. I didn't even focus on any of the personality traits. I just saw a pyramid, and I was like, I've seen that on the dollar bill, the 3, 6, and 9. And then I was like, the letter 9 is an I. And I was like, oh, 3 is the letter C, which is to do with like energy, and that's to do with the zinc spark, because zinc is 30 on the periodic table. And then the 6 is relating to a number F, which is frequency. And then I just played with that, and it uncovered so much for me: the 3, 6, and 9, the 3 energy, the 6 frequency, the 9 vibration. So it served me well, but I wasn't using it. I didn't focus on anything else other than the pyramid in the middle. So when even if there are like untruths that people say, or symbols which aren't legitimate, we can still use them. We can still bounce off them. It, like, even when people say things which aren't true, we can, if we know it's not true, we can kind of ping off it. We can bounce off that knowledge, the ledge, bounce off it, and it can take us somewhere else.
I think you're completely right. And the allegory I use is this: a good builder can use a brick as a hammer because they're a good builder, but it's not going to be as functional as a hammer, because the finish isn't going to be the same. When you hit a nail with a hammer and you hit it properly, it's smooth, it's clean, it goes exactly where it doesn't bend, it doesn't twist, the ends don't get flayed, it fits into the wood. The hammer is smooth, it doesn't damage the wood, it's succinct, right? When you're banging it with a brick, you're going to get the nail in, it's going to work, but you're going to scuff the wood a bit, and the nail is going to become like a bit worn out. Maybe it's going to put stress on the top of the nail in a way that will cause it to rust faster, right? Because it's scratching and digging into the nail because it's not a smooth surface. That's just like an example. And I agree totally. Like, I think that a bad workman can blame their tools, but a good workman can use any tool to do any job. How's that for my way of looking at it?
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
And also, the old phrase, jack of all trades, master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. So even though they do everything, and they're not really focused on one thing to just like prosper on that to the top, they'll even be better than a master of one who is. So it kind of goes to show that like people that have kind of transcended the bounds of their trade were able to draw insights from all of the different trades, to be able to think outside the box and do things that you'd be able to not have to have the particular training that you've used to do something. You'd be able to come up with innumerable means to accomplish the same feat. So I feel like that kind of ties in too as well. So thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah, and that's quite like interesting when we're looking at like trades, for example. My big challenge when I look at this, like, right, so this is the masculine emanations we're talking about here. And so people mix the feminine and the masculine up when they're looking at this, and they try and split the emanations into masculine and feminine. And it's not really how it works, because each one of these is both masculine and feminine, effectively, right? Each one of these should be both masculine and feminine. And that's like really, for example, the idea of the number 7 being related to optimism is I'm sorry, it is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life, right? The number 4 being the individualist, it just doesn't add up. Number 4 is not about individualism, right? A number 4 personality type is somebody that is structured. They want to do it right. They want to follow a trend. They want to keep things the way it is. They want to take heritage, right? This is what my father did. This is what his father did. I want to apply the same knowledge that my ancestors did now and here. It's got to be done right. That's the way it was done. It's got to be fair and square. An individualist is like, I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. I just want to do me, right? It doesn't sit with a number 4. Number 3 being the achiever is the most ridiculous idea in the world. 3 is not interested in achieving. 3 is a flamboyant Jupiterian aspect of a personality. A 3 person is a very lucky person, and they might be a gambler, and they might live by the seat of their pants. Number 8, a challenger. Wow. Number 8, Saturn got the bad deal on this. Actually, the word achiever, you put that number next to number 8, it suddenly makes sense. 8 is very hungry for success. 8 wants to do the best job that they can do. And 8 wants to do something. It wants to do it well. It wants to achieve something with what it does. It doesn't want to waste its time. It doesn't want to do something that's not going to produce something. It wants productivity. It wants success, productivity, and it wants to leave a legacy that people look at and go, wow, look at what number 8 did. Oh, number 8 did a good job, hey? That's what number 8 wants to be recognized for their success and their achievements. Where number 3 is more interested in being philosophical, right? And optimistic. Like, oh, everything's going to be fine. We'll just roll the dice. Number 3 is you're full of casinos full of number 3s, right? Because they're lucky and they know they're lucky and they're optimistic. They're like, I've only got this much money, but I'm going to throw it on the table. I'm going to bet it. I'll be fine. I'll make more money, you know? They're not worried about that. You won't find a number 8 sitting in a casino wasting their money like that because it's so not Saturnian, right? Saturn would rather like conserve their resources, put their resources towards a good thing, get something useful that can actually improve. Like number 8, if they were a builder, they would rather than going to a casino, they would rather use that money to buy themselves the best tools that there are so they can do the best work that they can do and earn more money. That would be a typical number 8 move, right? Number 3, I've got extra money. I'm going to the casino, right? Number 2, advisor. Yeah. Supportive advisor. Number 2 is very sensitive. They're very empathic. Yes. Number 6, a guardian. They are very loyal, but like when you think of 6, you think of somebody that's like a good 6, the peacemaker and the mediator. That's number 6. Oh, well, we've stuck it on number 9. Oh, wow. Number 6 is all about harmony. 6s want harmony in their life. They want to see harmony. Whenever there's a conflict, a 6 doesn't like conflict. A 6 will try and mediate and resolve a conflict. Rather, if there's going to be an argument in the room between people, the number 6 personality type would be the one to step forward and try and pacify both people so that the argument's resolved. That's what 6s do. They set a scale. It's Libra, right? It's Venus. They want to balance the scales. Number 9 as a mediator is the most ridiculous thing in the world, right? A 9 is a transformer. They want to alchemize. So like all these numbers have been juggled around, and that's something that I think is, without an intuitive understanding of number, people probably wouldn't grasp that. And it only becomes an intuitive understanding of number when one has like delved into the number with one's emotional intelligence. And so I think this is a problem we have these days. It's like people have sort of limited the emotional intelligence because we've all been indoctrinated in our schools, and we've all been sort of mashed into a corner in our schools for how to behave, and don't be intuitive, and don't be emotional. Just be rational all the time. And so it's like anything, you get if you don't walk for a long time, you won't be able to walk, because that's how entropy works. So the mental system is the same. If you don't exercise your emotional intelligence and your intuition, you will lose it, right? So we are not being inspired to do something creative, people, right? People are not doing creative work. If people were being inspired to do something creative, then that emotional intelligence and intuition would be improving. Like if you draw and you paint, or you play music, or you do some kind of a hobby that involves creativity. It could be carpentry, right? It could be gardening, right? Like something that you've been creative. You're like, how do I want my garden to look? Oh, I'm going to make it look. Why are women so much more creative than men? Because a woman walks into a room and they go, oh, how can I change this room to make it prettier? Right? And so they're automatically using their intuition and their creativity. They're like, I don't like the way this room looks. What can I do? I could put that color there. I can put this there. And you'll find the gay guys, they're like, I can do this. I can do that. They're like interior decorators. They've got that natural flow of sensitivity. I think like this is like a big, when you say that discontinuity between the number 4 and the number 5, I think that's got a lot to do with this kind of brainwashing. Shinobi, what you were talking about, the splitting of the 4 and the 5 is so important, because the 4 is like about the 4 directions, right? It's about what is this for, right? What's the functionality of this thing? What is it? Can I know something? Well, to know something, you got to know what it's for, right? 4 is how you figure, you figure things out. You get it all squared away, right? When you've got it all squared away, you know exactly what you're dealing with. Like when you're squaring up, you finishing the books with your numbers, right? Like we've got it all squared away. We know what's going on. We're squaring up the books. We making sure that there's no numbers on our tally that haven't been tallied up, and debts have been paid. Also, performance, right? 4 is very much performance based, right? So it's like there's a strict code. This is how it's done. And so you separate that from 5, which is the flow of Mercury, which is also like, let's not forget, like this, it's connected to the water. It's connected to the ships, right? To the maritime. So if they don't want you to understand how maritime services work with trade and money and all of that, then they would separate 4 from 5, because 4 is the knowledge. And if knowledge is separated from 5, then you got a dissonance there. And that dissonance is going to produce a lack of awareness.
Hey, Franklin, I put a picture in the queue, if you mind showing that, please, because I want to do a little experiment with you, Franklin. How does this look? Is this another? Okay, good. So basically what this chart represents is I have a form of synesthesia where my brain associates colors and letters automatically with certain colors. So you, and maybe, the other guys can say stuff too, based on your knowledge of like numerology, what does it say? Like, what do you think about the relationships between the colors and numbers? So for example, like, what does it mean to say that, like, I associate 2 with the color green? What does it mean that I associate 3 with the color yellow? What does it mean that I associate 5 with the color orange? I am starting to think right now that this could be like a new form of divination, like kind of like an astrology chart, but based on what your colored relationship is with numbers, might have some kind of like a way of sort of determining like what your soul or the nature of your consciousness is, right? In the same way, if you look at the stars and planets as you were born, maybe like what colors you associate certain numbers with can also be like another indicator of something like, like that. So I'm kind of curious that, like, and anybody can chime in if they want to. This is kind of an all play card, so to speak. Like when you see, like, what does it mean that this number is associated with this color? And like, what does that say? What do you think that says about me? Or what do you think that says about, the color in general? What are your thoughts? I just wanted to kind of bring that up because it's something I've been thinking. It's something I think about a lot in magic and occultism. And, since we're talking about the subject of the imagination, I think that there's something really just, about synesthesia that's just so enriching and fertilizing to the imaginative thought.
Yeah, I love that. I feel like there's more to it too. You could add into this. Synesthesia and the colors are fabulous because people have these associations because of whatever they consider it to be a crossing in the brain of various I forget what they call them. Pathways in the brain are crossed, and so they're making more associations than other people would normally make. But traditionally, language had a lot more going on than we're given in Western language right now. The Hebrew language still has most of the components where every phonetic letter that we're given actually has a numerical and musical value in their system. And it also has a pictographic root to it that had an allegory associated with it as well. So in addition to adding the colors to it, which would be a whole nother thing, which would be awesome, you could also make this part of the musical scale. And I feel like the musical scale also aligns with the color progression. But to me, it would be more of a progression in line with like the Roy G. Biv spectrum, where it starts with red, orange, yellow, and going on in like the colors of the rainbow, progressing from the low intensity to the high intensity colors. But this is very interesting to me because we have the different associations based on what you have posited as what the natural associations would be. So it kind of gives a glimpse into the mind of the way people see things differently, which I really associate with because I'm colorblind. And so I see a lot of things like we had a wall painted at the last construction job I was at, and I had to take a wild guess. Like, okay, so what is this color gray that you've put on the wall? Is it pink? And of course she said, no, it's green. So I'm like, oh, wow. Well, to me, it looks pink, because actually I got kicked out of painting school. And when I was in art school, I got kicked out of painting class, I should say, because I could not get the right color on the back tapestry, which I saw as a gray. But to me, it was like a pinkish gray, but it was supposedly really green, which to me really throws me for a loop because those colors are so different. They're total opposites. And you put them next to each other, they create an optical illusion effect, kind of like when you put red and blue together. It makes it have like a 3D kind of appearance to it. They really stand out from each other and seem like they're in different spaces, even though they're right next to each other. So I think there's like a lot of cool insight to doing stuff like this that allow people to understand different perspectives. And then it's like a real conversation piece too, because people might ask like, why didn't you just go like red, orange, yellow? Why is it in all different mix of different colors that aren't in a linear progression? And that could help, for you to explain like why that is and like how that comes to be, which is really, really confusing to a lot of people, but also for inquisitive people, it'd be like really exciting.
How come the K is green, cosmic, and the I and the number 1 are both black and white?
Well, I just used the black just so because if I made it white, it wouldn't appear on the background. But K, for some reason, I always have like a kind of like a weird association with that letter because I sometimes associate it with the gold and sometimes I associate it with green. Sometimes like the associations are not as clear as some of the other ones. So K is a little bit vague for me. But yeah, that's kind of like why I don't know why I put the green there, but basically that reason.
K is a really interesting letter because it's in the like ancient Proto-Indo-European alphabet, but then like in the Latin alphabet, it's weeded out. So the K in English, because we're a Germanic language, and it's maintained in the Germanic alphabet, which is an interesting thing because to me, the Latin geographical area is a lot closer to the place of the origin of the Proto-Indo-European alphabet. And like the Germanic region is like way far north. So like how did the K go from being down here to going all the way up there? And then it was lost down here where it started at. It just seems confusing to me how that is. But K also represents the serpent. So that may play a part in it. Maybe the serpent wisdom was obfuscated and veiled and taken away from the people, but it was maintained in other places where they didn't reach. It's fascinating to me though.
That's so interesting because is K the 21st letter, I believe. I think 19 is no HIJK 9. No, it's the 11th. Don't worry, that doesn't work.
Yeah, because 311,
okay.
like KKK, the band 311, people consider with Ku Klux Klan.
Okay, Cosmic, I'll try and dive in here. Let me make this picture large. So A, okay, so I'll just run through the how it runs like the Paleo Hebrew into the Hebrew. So A would be associated with yellow, be associated with the element of air. B would also be associated with the element of air. C would be associated with the element of water. And Jupiter. D would be associated with Venus. And so D's number, for example, would be 4, but C's number wouldn't be 4. C's number would be 20, like going back to the origins. So A would be yellow, but you've got A as red. So what that tells me is, it tells me about Mars in your chart. Mars is really important in your chart. I see you've got Mars as red. So your Mars seems like a really powerful dominant frequency in your chart, even though you're Libra and you're ruled by Venus, your Mars, and it makes a lot of sense because you're very active in your way, in your expression. And it's interesting that you got your M related here. So I would think that your Mars is somewhere in a watery zone, in a watery place, by looking at these colors. And the one and the black I and the black 1, is that because you're associating the letter I with 1?
I is the color white. That's the idea. And 1 is the color white. And I use the black background so it doesn't, because if I didn't put the black behind it, it wouldn't show up on the page.
Also, the number 9 is red, and that's Mars on the Enneagram. And then so is number 4. And then 4 is to do with the builder, like the Masons, which are kind of like Mars ions. So it's interesting that the A, which you relate to Mars, the M, the 9 and the 4 are all red.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I'm thinking that Mars is related to his because the A would traditionally be yellow, but you're seeing it as red. So it must be that because it makes sense that we're all calibrated towards different perception, right? Like if I've got a dominant, like for example, for me, a dominant color in me would be yellow, would be one of my dominant colors, right? The yellow ray. And I can see it in my astrology. I can see it in my numbers, and I can see it also in mystery schools where I've been, where the ascended masters that were working with me were of the yellow ray. This was decades and decades ago, and the other resident psychics in the mystery school, who was the husband and wife, were really the high priest and high priestess. They had also seen that, so it's interesting, and I've got a sort of relationship. So like for me, that color is quite a powerful. So I would probably have yellow dominating something, if that makes sense. Even though my Mars is in conjunction with my moon, right? My moon sitting in Taurus is sitting in a station quite close to Mars, his house, quite close to Aries. So it's quite close to red. It's like vermilion. It's almost red. It's like a fire glowing scarlet, orange kind of color. Interesting that your E is pink, because it associates your E with your A, because E and A would traditionally be the same letter, but they would be a different accentuation. So the one would be more masculine, the one would be more feminine. And so you can see the E and the A are both red, because what is pink but red with white added to it, right? But it's still red because it's still the same color, which is interesting. And your N being orange is really interesting. I wonder if your Mercury is in Scorpio. Do you know?
It is, actually.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense there. And this violet color keeps popping up here with the V and the X, which is interesting. So is that got to do with Aquarius?
I don't think I have a lot of. I don't think I have any Aquarius in my chart.
You haven't?
Not a lot. I don't recall.
What's your midhaven?
Let's see. I don't recall what my chart is. I had my chart.
Also, A and E were once connected, like the aether.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. It's the masculine and feminine. There's another divide because they're not connected anymore. There's probably on so many levels, but it matters clearly.
Yeah.
And F and P would have been one letter in the past, which I see your F and P are one color, which is brown, which is very earthy. So there's a very earthy.
Yeah, I don't have any Aquarius in my chart at all.
It might not be Aquarius. It might be to do with your Saturn ruling Aquarius and where Saturn sits, because it's like a feedback loop to Aquarius, right? You might not have Aquarius in your chart, but you might have your let's just say hypothetically your Saturn was in Leo. Leo's opposite to Aquarius. That's going to feedback loop somehow affect Aquarius, because Saturn being in Leo opposition to Aquarius is going to have an interesting effect on that frequency in your consciousness. But the reason I asked your midhaven, what's your ascendant, by the way?
What does that mean? I'm not like astrology versus you.
The constellation that was rising off of the ground when you were born.
So like your main star sign?
No. If you look at your chart and there's a line that goes across the chart, on the left-hand side there'll be a little arrow and it'll be in a house. It's your first house, right?
Right. So
whatever your
sign?
It's known as a rising sign. It's one of your top three. You got the sun, moon, and rising.
Or ascendant.
I think my ascendant is Libra.
Wow, you're Libra ascendant. Very Libra, dude. No wonder you're so Libra.
Yeah.
You're very Libra, dude. This is very Libra, very diplomatic in your way. But Aries, there's a Mars energy there somewhere that's driving you. So you're very outwards as well. So with the Libra ascendant, Libra to Scorpio to Sagittarius to Aquarius, to Capricorn, Aquarius. So I take it Capricorn, Aquarius are over your horizon, are over your midhaven. One of the two, depending on the degrees. Yeah?
Sure. I think I have some.
Like right at the top of your chart, of your wheel, you're going to see Capricorn and Aquarius.
I have Capricorn in Neptune, apparently.
Yeah, you would have. Yeah. That's like a yeah, because my Neptune's in Sagittarius. That makes sense. Neptune is a slightly slower moving planet, which is my ascendant. See, so that's quite interesting. That your Neptune's in Capricorn. That will make for you. Steadfastly developing that, and so that's really interesting. Like these violets here are catching my attention, and it's probably because I'm not seeing the connection immediately. The connection with the green is interesting, that your S is related to your green, so your constitution is quite fiery, right? If you were to go to an Ayurvedic doctor, I guess that when they look at your body constitution, they're going to tell you got a lot of pitta in you. Yeah. You might have a pitta vata or vata pitta or something constitution, but there's going to be a big amount of you is going to be fire. There's a lot of fire in your. You don't get too cold too easily, do you?
No, don't get too cold. Like, you mean like I lose my temper? What do you
say?
No.
Like I don't need to sleep under a lot of blankets compared to other people. I'm quite fiery. So I'm quite hot-blooded. My girlfriend loves being in the bed with me because I warm the whole bed up.
Oh, you mean like, yeah, like I do tend to like to sleep in cold places. Yeah, I do like the cold.
You radiate enough heat to keep yourself warm. You don't need to pile up all these layers of stuff.
I never wear sweatshirts either. I always wear short sleeve shirts, even in the wintertime.
Yeah,
it's like
that's because you've got a lot of internal fire. That's a lot of pitta. So that internal fire energy is what's connecting here, is what I'm seeing. Like there's this predominance of fire in your A, fire in your M. Your weaker element is water. Your strong element is fire. Another strong element for you is obviously your air. But your air overpowers your water, right? Which means that you're very thoughtful. You're very mentally active, cerebral, more so than emotional, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm probably more on the emotional spectrum, like I got more of that watery thing going on, but with the fire, which makes for like a little bit extremism. I can be dangerous. I can become extremist. I got to be careful, right? Fire and water, like steam and smoke and haze and fire, and the Z being that color is interesting because you got the same kwa, and so kof represents your back of your head, which is the letter kof, which is what the English letter K has stemmed from, right? Which is interesting, from the Phoenician, and the K represents the cup of your hands, which is why the C looks like that, right? To this day, it's your hand cup. You see what you can hold in your hand, how much you can put in your hand. And so that would traditionally be blue. The H would traditionally be red, but it's got a lot of mercurial inflection. What I call Mercury now, traditionally, Mercury is in the sign of Gemini, orange expression, right? But we will speak of Mercury's planetary color in Western cosmology as being yellow, although I don't really know how I feel about that. But I definitely see Mercury in the color orange. When I think of Gemini, I feel Mercury's frequency, like it's actively being expressed. So that H there says you've obviously got a mercurial mind. So your Mercury is well aspected. Is your Mercury in a trine? Do you know?
I do have a lot of wait, what does that mean?
A trine has got to do with the angle, and that's like forming triangular shapes in your chart, which empowers that planetary influence rather than a square. If it's a square, then it's weakened, or if it's opposition.
I'm not totally sure, to be honest.
Yeah. But this is bringing up thoughts for me. This is something quite interesting.
Yeah.
If you were to tell people to just randomly associate colors and letters and things and then see, that's something I've never thought of before. It's actually a really genius idea.
Like understanding your relationship between your colors and the symbols that you associate them with. Because the thing about like grapheme color synesthesia is everybody you talk to who has it has completely different color associations than the one I do. And that could be like a different like psychological sort of readout of what the person is, or a different kind of like divinational, it's like a different form of astrology in a way. So this is kind of interesting. It's like the neurological version of astrology in a sense.
Hey, I have a question, guys. I'm so confused about this. Okay. Virgo is considered like the most loyal, or one of the most loyal signs in the zodiac. And Libra is considered to be unloyal or disloyal. But how is like Libra represented by Venus, the planet of love, and Virgo represented by Mercury? Like, I guess Mercury's hot and fiery, but it's known for being like a place of information and understanding, where understanding makes sense, but like information sounds like cold, like unemotional. So is there any insight on this, or is it just some random thing?
It's actually quite an interesting concept in itself. Like, so Virgo represents virgin, represents pure.
Right.
I wouldn't associate the word loyalty with it, but in matters of love and relationship, Virgo would be loyal because they seek purity.
Right.
But they're not loyal for the sake of loyalty.
Right.
You see, a Libra would be loyal for the sake of loyalty, for the sake of maintaining the status quo of balance in the relationship, and for keeping that the scales balanced. They wouldn't want to unbalance the scales because it would be upsetting the natural balance, right?
Yeah.
So that's like the loyalty. Virgo would want to maintain the purity of a relationship.
But what
So
explains
there's
the Libra being disloyal? What would explain that?
Maybe like I don't know, I could chime in. Like maybe the disloyalty is like, you know, having to kind of strategically lie to like, you know, get some like bad person out of the way, to kind of like be diplomatic, like saying the right things to like kind of like, you know, please the person, to kind of like get them to go away. Whereas maybe the alternative to that is being like, no, I got to stick to my principles and, you know, say what I got to say no matter what. So maybe that's what that means. I'm not totally sure.
Like the devious nature. Okay, well, maybe disloyal is the wrong word. Maybe like promiscuity is like a problem for Libras. Like they have a hard time staying with one person in bed.
I don't know whether I would say that's necessarily true, but I can see that because Venus, okay, so you've got Venus as a feminine and Venus as a masculine. Like this is like important to recognize. You've got Mercury as a feminine and Mercury as a masculine, right? So Mercury as a masculine is more likely to be promiscuous.
The Gemini.
Mercury as a feminine is much less likely to be promiscuous.
Right.
Venus as a feminine is much less likely to be promiscuous. Venus as a masculine is much more likely to be promiscuous. And so Venus in its masculine form is expressed because Venus is essentially
Taurus.
More feminine, but its masculine core comes out in Libra. Now, Venus represents also the number 6. 6 enjoys the good things in life.
Sex.
6 enjoys sensory gratification, right?
Yes. Okay.
6 loves beautiful things, abundance, lots of nice sweet fruits to eat, and sex. And like Venus people have got like high sex drives. So a Venus person will only be promiscuous if they're with a partner that doesn't put out often enough. A Venus bloke with a woman who's like, no, I'm only having sex once a week. Mate, he's banging all your friends. Get over it. He's Libra. He needs sex like every day, twice before breakfast, then maybe again after supper, you know?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. My father's a Taurus and my mother's a Scorpio, so I could see why they've like really stuck together.
Exactly. So the Scorpio is the feminine Mars. And Mars is Scorpios can be a whole nother story. They can also be like highly sexed, very highly sexed. But and when it comes to Mercury, the feminine pole of Mercury, the receptive side of Mercury, Mercury's receptive side is really, really sensitive, more sensitive than what we realize. And so this is why the purity is of such importance for the Virgo, because the Virgo represents the receptive part of Mercury, and the receptive part of Mercury involves receiving information, right? And putting that information into context. So that's what a Virgo is all about, like having a library, receiving information and organizing and basically setting out that information in like a way that, this is why they say Virgos will be great educators, right? They'll be good teachers. They'll be good with like as being like a node for information coming in and going out. It's a very Virgo in energy. Where a Gemini is the masculine pole of Mercury, they'd be more like a salesman. Although Jupiter's also an element of salesman, you know, that positivity, that optimism, like, yeah, this is the best thing in the world. Rah. But the Mercury is very much a trader, right? Like they'd be a good trader. Like they can talk fast. They can like tell you lots of information, whatever you need to hear. They can be quite clever with their words. It's a very mercurial way to be in the masculine expression of Mercury. And
Yeah,
Taurus
you got
is
the
like
Mercury,
very stuck.
Mercury, the myrrh, the sea, or the liquid, like liquid silver, and like a seafaring mercantile trader. There's a big tie in there, I feel like, with the myrrh.
Totally.
But also, and thank you for that breakdown. That was wonderful. But also, I noticed we're kind of getting close to the 5-hour mark. But I do have a slide I would like to share, if possible, if we can switch it up. If we're done with this one for a minute.
I mean, yeah, I'm done. So
Cool. All right. So I had an impossible time trying to find the Star of David with an X inside of it, being the chalice, which for some reason, I don't know why, it's sacred geometry and it integrates so many things, and I can see why they don't want us to see it, but this was the closest I could find. Now you see where the sun is in the center and where the X goes out from Mercury to Jupiter and from Mars to Venus. There's the chalice. That makes the chalice. There's like the top to the chalice and the bottom to the chalice. The bottom of the chalice is from Mercury to Venus. The top is from Mars to Jupiter. And then there's the X that goes through the middle. Now, if you look closely at this, there is a 5-pointed star on the top, and there's a 5-pointed star. Now, let's see if I can see it. Okay, so basically, the 5-pointed star goes from Saturn to Mercury to Jupiter to Mars to Venus. Back to Saturn. Can you see that?
I can see it. I can see that there's an alignment with those elements.
Now, if it was black lines, it would be way easier to see. But basically, there's like a blazing 5-pointed star on the top, and there's a 5-pointed star on the bottom within the symbol. And it has the chalice within it as well. So it's incredible to me that I hadn't picked up on this earlier. But I've been working on some projects where have you guys ever seen the symbol of all the numbers worked into one symbol before? Now, this is something that also to find on Google. I have not been able to retrieve it on Google at all. If I try to search for it,
I'm not sure what you mean.
is it like really like weirdly organized, or is it like really like geometric?
It's strangely organized. It's like the numbers are kind of like on different like planes, like they're on different sides of the
Is
symbol.
it the numogram?
Down. The what?
The numogram?
The numogram. I don't know. That could be what it's called. What does it look like? Is there like?
It's like basically it's like a lot of like there's like relation. It's like a lot of circles and numbers. So it'll be like a 1 and a like a 0 and a 9, a 1 and an 8, a 2 and a 7. They're like all kind of like in those like pairs like that.
Yeah, I think you're probably on it. They've separated the images on my photos, so I'm trying to pull something up, but they've taken the screenshots out. Oh, here we go. Okay, so in my screenshots, I have. It's not even there. Okay, well, I have it. I have an image of this because, like I mentioned earlier, I made some Easter eggs and I put these symbols onto the Easter eggs. And I sent it to someone. I'm gonna pull it up. Okay, on my phone, I have an image of it. It might come up backwards, but this image right here, it has all the different numbers involved. The 9 forms a 2 with the bottom dash, which makes the 7, which is upside down. The 8's off the back of the 9, which also makes a 3. 1 goes down the center. This was like my own spin on it. But then there's another one that is made. Okay, this one right here, the one that has the Mercury-like symbol on the side right here. That actually has Mercury, Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, woman, man, and the moon, and the sun in that symbol. Which is pretty cool. It's got it all going on right there. And then this is my project that I'm working on. It's like with my graffiti writing, I was able to create a symbol that has all the numbers and the letters in it. Now, the only person that was able to do this one, like this, with all the numbers and the letters, they made it like 2 squares on top of each other with 2 circles in each of the squares and a line down the center. But I kind of made an addition to it where I put a line down instead of just a line down the middle. I put a second line in the middle of the other pillar when you make the 2 pillars with the line down the middle. I think if you put another one down the second pillar of the rectangle, it makes it so that the letters actually don't look weird and askew, like they're stretched out. It'll actually make them look better. But I found that an even better way to do it is to put a circle in the top square, but on the bottom square, put 2 ovals. And the ovals with a line down the center next to each other makes like the letter B or the letter P on the top or the lowercase b on the bottom. So it's been a brilliant project for me to work on and stuff. And I have another image of it right here. So I can show
So what
you.
you're talking about is a number-based sigil.
Yeah, it's a sigil. Like that one is like the best one I've made so far with the check mark. You can get all the numbers and letters from that. Number 4. So what I'm trying to do is like I want to create my own symbol for my school of thought, which I refer to as harmonic chaos, by having this symbol right here, which is labeled number 2 that I mentioned earlier with the X inside of the Star of David. And then within that one have the other 4 symbols within that. So it'd be like 1 would be in there, and 3 and 4, and a 5th one would be in there. So they would like kind of be like all the different numbers and all the symbols, all the letters and the numbers together as one. And
You ever do
it's
any
part
like
of
angelic writing or anything like that, where it's like
Yeah, I mean,
you kind of like
it's in my car, but I made the ABCs into pictographs, so they're either a heart or stick figures, and then by each one I put a principle that's kind of articulated by the symbol, by the image of the pictograph that it has become. Instead of doing ABC, I did ABG, like Hebrew, like the old progression of Proto-Indo-European. And then I put C and I and like letters that aren't in the Proto-European alphabet, like on a separate box. But it's a lot of work. I love it.
Yeah, I kind of have like a little bit more of like an abstract method. So what I kind of do is like I kind of like, instead of like focusing on like, you know, I don't know, like kind of like numerology and kind of like having like things kind of like associate themselves, I kind of just let my mind go into freewheeling, but I kind of like think about like the energy of the thing. I'm like, so I've tried to like channel like languages for just like, you know, different things besides, you know, like Fae, you know, stuff in general. And it's like by sort of channeling a certain emotion or feeling, that seems to change how I draw the shapes and, you know, symbols on the page. Like it'll have a sort of aesthetic quality, like, you know, how Chinese has a certain aesthetic quality, you know, English has a certain aesthetic quality, like Cyrillic has a certain kind of like aesthetic quality. And when you kind of like feel like the either the color or the emotional tone as you're kind of in that freewheeling space when you're sort of making the symbols, it kind of affects how the symbols are created. So that's kind of like how I do it. So when I like a lot of times when I initially channeled my sort of like Fae alphabet, like, you know, they kind of like whispered the sounds to me. But well, first I kind of like figured out like this kind of from their names, you know, from what they told me. But the way I kind of like figure it out too is like I base sort of like the sound and the shape as the same thing. So in the same way, when you kind of like you take a like if you say like an L, for example, in the same way, it's kind of like an acute angle, because when you're taking your tongue, you're kind of taking it going up and down and to the left or right. So you're making like an L shape with your tongue when you make an L sound. So I had that kind of principle in mind when I would sort of like come up with the symbol. So I think in a lot of ways, when it comes to anything artistic, the key to creativity is to take inspiration from a medium that's not a medium. So what I mean from that is like, if you're a painter, instead of getting inspiration from other paintings, try getting your inspiration from music. Or conversely, if you're a musician, instead of getting inspiration from music, try get your inspiration from like visual art and paintings. And sort of like thinking on those kind of abstract terms, I think is a good way to kind of like learn to sort of like deal with like, you know, spirit communication and learning to, in the process of channeling alphabets and stuff like that. Because it's like, in a lot of ways, when you're using an alphabet, that alphabet is tied to a kind of a mind space or an astral space or a kind of an egregoric kind of like collective matrix space. So if you think of like the English language is kind of connected to an English mind space, and the, you know, the Swahili language is connected to like a Swahili mind space. And so the same thing with a magical alphabet. So if you use an angelic alphabet, you're tapping into an angelic mind space when you use alpha angelic, you know, symbols and words. And like with my Fae alphabet, I'm tapping into a fairy mind space. So having those concepts in mind, I think, are important tools that are helpful when it comes to channeling a magical language and sort of figuring it out. Or just those are the things that helped me out in my process.
Yeah, mine have like a real like Chinese and Spanish feel to them. I'm gonna show them to you guys, and I feel like it kind of reminds me of like kung fu, but it also reminds me of like a matador or like a flamenco dancer, like the way that the stick figures look. But the hearts are just kind of their own thing. But there's a couple other symbols like a spiral and a figure 8 that are also in there. So I'm gonna come onto the screen and show you and see what your take is on it. Maybe you'll feel like a certain vibe off of these images that are pictographic, and so I'll let you guys let me know what you think about it. But I've been starting to work on this as like kind of part of my like life work, where I started to create a spoken language before I was called to the sun. And my contractor boss's wife, as part of the Cherokee medicine wheel, told me that if you create your own spoken language, the sun will call you to meet him at the center of the sun. And it very much was the case. So here's a couple of the letters here. We see the heart is upside down with letter A. The heart is on its side with letter B. Now, G is a stick figure that's facing towards the divine. And then behind that stick figure is there's like kind of like a wind or like a tree behind him with a branch reaching down towards his head. Okay, and then reason right here makes me think of the matador, like holding up
blurry, yeah.
Holding up the red flag.
Oh, it's the ones on the left hand side. Okay, not the ones on the right. Okay, I get you.
Yeah. And so like creativity, we have that kind of like dancing person, kind of like really wavy. Integration is like two people standing next to each other holding hands, and then their legs are like going out to the side. It's got like its own kind of style, you know, like the legs are kind of integrated with my graffiti style that I use. So they're kind of like wavy legs that kind of kick out.
So nature is a dude with a massive wiener that has to unroll it on the ground in front of him, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, he's like he's out on the rolling hills, you know, he's like got his arms up in there like embracing it. But it's been a lot of fun to create this. Knowledge is like the person that's like standing, and if they're looking away from the word, that's like into the past. If they're looking towards the word, that's into the future. But if they're looking both ways, it's eternal. So it's just been a project I've been working on, and I want to use this for my science fiction book for like the ancient language of the gods. It's gonna be discovered in the ancient temple at New Schwaben's Land in Antarctica. But it should be pretty exciting. And if somebody steals my idea, then so be it.
Well, we've been on now for a long time. Where's Shinobi? Have we lost Shinobi? Okay, we've lost Shinobi. I was just going to say, because I saw there's only 3 screens on. I was going to say we've gone over the 5-hour mark. If you guys, if there's any last ideas you want to throw on the table, then we can
One thing. You mentioned that like North and South have associations being like the future and the past respectively. But I also thought that maybe like East and West could be their own thing, where East would be affinity and West would be an aversion, since like East is where things rise, the sun rises to grow from, whereas West is where the sun sets to like retreat. So you want to like the things you have an aversion to, you want to like walk away from as they set. And then things you have an affinity towards, you want them to rise in your life like the sun rises from the horizon.
Yeah, no, totally. I think both the East and the West and the North and the South both are related to this.
Yeah.
Like,
because like
it's 2 sets of polarity.
North being the future, like going up, and then South being like the past is like going looking back down.
I mean, we associate the North node of the moon with the future and the South node of the moon with the past. So, you know, Ketu and so stands to reason that it would. The North is like, that's where you're going. That's where your arrow is striking. So wherever your arrow is pointing towards, it's where it's come from. The opposite, obviously. I mean, if you're going north, you've come from the south.
Okay. Yep. Good point. I like that. Let's go up from the south.
Interesting.
Cool.
It's having a problem posting to Facebook. But yeah, so Cosmic, if there's any last ideas you want to throw on the table, brother?
No, not at the moment. It's been a good talk.
Well, big love and blessings to all of you that have been here. That hope you guys got what you came for. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hope it was fun. Tom Rue every day, Natalie, and the star. Much love, much love. Tom Rue, the present
Special thanks to
generates the
Howard
past and the
for
future.
picking up that blog page. Special thanks to Hollowbone Hawk for being here early on.
Yeah, man. I'm just scrolling up, trying to see D-Love. Welcome, D-Love. I didn't see your name earlier. And Carly, big love. Namaste, Carly. And Hollowbone Hawk. And Howard. And Systematic Zoo. And Bernadine. And was Gaz here? I heard his name mentioned. I didn't see Gaz, but to everybody that's come up, big love and big blessings to all of you. Take it easy, keep it sweet, enjoy the day, enjoy the night and the weekend. Sending big love. Oh, it's what is it? It's isn't it it's a kind of an Easter now, isn't it? Yes.
Ostara?
It's Easter for the. Is it the Greek Orthodox Church? Which church is it Easter for?
I heard about that. Yes, I think you're right.
It's Easter this weekend. Well, for those of you out there in that neck of the woods, enjoy your celebrations. Take it easy, everybody. Keep it sweet. Much love and much blessings. Till next week. We'll probably be doing a show on Tuesday. Who knows? Sending you all peace and honor and love. Take it easy. Om Shanti. Big love.
Blessed be.